Who, when, where, what, and why. Nothing escapes the eyes of a reporter.
A tragic haven occurred in the mines, burying the miners deep within. The incident has now claimed 13 deaths, with only one survivor.
Hide here and don't make a sound. Whenever in doubt.
Cursed child! How your family is
All because of fun. Whenever trouble strikes. Face it, and it'll all be over. That is what I've always believed.
Hello everyone, this is Eli O, and welcome to the Identity V Championship Southeast Asia 2023. Let's take a look at the new changes in the band pick rules of this season. The new band pick rules consist of 8 phases. The sequence and content of each phases are as follows. In this phase, Hunter Faction will permanently ban 2 Survivor characters. In this phase, the number of banned Hunter characters will be automatically adjusted as the tournament progresses. In Game 1, the Survivor Faction cannot ban a Hunter. Every subsequent game, including overtime, the number of Hunter characters that are banned by Survivor Faction is automatically increased by 1. Up to 3 Hunter characters will be banned. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick 2 Survivor characters. Please note, from Game 1 to Game 3, the first 2 Survivor characters selected in this phase will no longer be eligible to use. In this phase, Hunter Faction will ban 1 Survivor character. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick 1 Survivor character. The Survivor characters picked in this phase can be reused. In the next phase, Hunter Faction will ban the last Survivor character. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick the last Survivor character. This Survivor character can also be used again. In this phase, the Hunter Faction will lock a Hunter character. Compared to previous seasons, the Hunter Faction can ban 4 Survivor characters freely. In the new ban pick rules, there will be 10 Survivor characters who cannot be used in the best of 3. However, the number of Hunter characters banned by the Survivor Faction remains the same. That's about it. Good luck and have fun.
Racing against the time, I don't want wasted. Or while I'm chasing you, you hate to hide it. 臆病さと睨めっこしたら逃げることはやめにして Gliding across the stuff, me while you kiss it.
Controlling your heartbeat, you and I be together.
心の声に耳を澄ませば
暗くなんかい夜が明ける Emotion, silence, 大事 I made you feel that need you by my side. Forget about and fight, I keep feeling it. 如果听到我心跳声，就手牵手奔跑吧。
对着老地方，不用另外找地方。在这里忘记时间流，是记录时间流。Can't stop it，一起找北方。这世界无时无刻在追求你感到迷惘。当伙伴起出发抵挡，过关了我们击掌。有彼此此刻，才有了力量。
是不会忘记我们曾携手并肩。Everybody sing our song, our song. Everybody sing this song for you and me. と未来を共に生きてどんな壁も越えよう。Everybody sing our song, our song. Everybody sing this song for you and me. そんざと流れに Everybody sing our song, our song. Everybody sing this song for you and me. もう何も怖くない Everybody sing our song, our song. Everybody sing this song for you and me.
確かな明日へ歌うメロディー
Last time we have
新しい道をつないでく
Sing all the time. Sing, sing out our song for you and me. Just all the time. Sing, sing out our song for you and me. Just all the time. Sing, sing out our song for you and me. Just all the time. Sing, sing out our song for you and me. Just all the time. Everybody sing our song, our song. Everybody sing this song for you and me.
もう何も怖くない
Everybody sing our song, our song. Everybody sing this song for you and me.
確かな明日へ歌うメロディー
Last time we have
新しい道をつないでく
Sing all the time. Sing, sing out our song for you and me. Just all the time.
Spectres don the robes of lies, singing the song of shepherds. When a dream shatters in a trap, or fail when on the run, doomed to be exiled and buried over and over again. When decisions become blades, when lies dictate everything. Only by reaching deep into the soul.
Will redemption come?
Even in the
lens and snapshots. Press the shutter button, I'm approaching the result. Let the puzzles be solved by joining up the dots. Time tell that dreams could have been freely talked. I live without a shadow of a doubt. That the ending is not gonna step out of the night. That perpetual night. I'm on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to explore the lies and running forward, running forward for myself. On the way to the reunion, to the time I meet again. From the ashes will rise, looking from the flames. Someday we'll meet again. Closer, cruising, traces more and more. Among the faces, move the wire. I must figure out. Step on the dusty over memories are recalled. Open up the album. The good times seem to come once more. That the wheel of fortunes turn into golden days were gone. So I tried at any cost to escape from the lost. Time and tell that that's never get old. I live without a shadow of a doubt. That I'm reaching the light, gonna step out of the night. That perpetual night. I'm on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to explore the lies. I'm running forward for you, running forward for myself. On my way to the reunion, to the time we meet again. From the ashes will rise, looking from the flames. Someday we'll meet again. Someday we'll meet again. Yeah, yeah, lingered in the misty bin, covering by the fire and in my heart. But I choose to wake up, but I choose to run on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to explore the lies. I'm running forward for you, running forward for myself. On the way to the reunion, to the time we meet again. From the ashes will rise, looking right from the flames. Someday we'll meet again. Closer, closer, cruising, places more and more. Hair shine the night, let's be over.
On that night, the blizzard laid waste to the plateau of Lane. She brought light before my corpse. She could have told me the bitter truth so that I could escape the intolerable surge of emotions. She could have gouged out my eyes so that I could not see the demons of hell in the skin of gods. Or his ugly face that is so unlike my own. But it matters not, for the secret is forever buried. After all, corpses do not speak. But the price of it all, her humanity fell into the bowels of the gods. Fret not, mother. The hunt of the gods ended on the night the blizzard laid waste to the plateau of Leng.
After sunset, I'm an engineer for Sonora Aero Club. When the final screw was put in place, it took flight like a blessing from fate itself. But the sun always rises. Fate hanged me high above on frames of steel. Luckily, I had a loyal companion. Let's leave this place. We'll fly over that skyscraper. Until I sold my blessing for a decent fortune. He took flight at a price exacted by fate. Let's leave this place. We'll fly over that skyscraper. As for this letter, is it a way to escape the curse of fate? Or perhaps a temptation to fly once again?
That was the beginning and the end of everything.
I have thought about what I might encounter here, but everything I've encountered so far has still exceeded my expectations. The girl mentioned in here, Emma Woods. Is he back? Hunters? My gut told me it might be my only chance to unravel its secrets with my own hands.
Don't look back.
Above the high tower, a utopia. Lord of Babel, a walking sun. Is this the belief you filled the minds of the ignorant with? The tower shall fall. New lies will be treated as the word of God. The morning star is the true king. The ambitious are impure of heart, yet I insist on bestowing authority upon them. The surrendered are disloyal, yet I still fulfill their wish. As long as the dogs and crowns remain by my feet. Who stays by me matters. No more. All of this I learned from you. How am I doing, my dear brother? My son.
Compass, compass, show me the way. Guide me to your master, no delay. Hold on, my friends. I shall save you at all costs. You there! Stop your evil experiment! The brave warriors will soon bring judgment. Warriors! Friends! The final battle is now in sight. No lies will ever deceive us after tonight!
I received a revelation to judge without mercy. Murderers must have their blades shattered. And the greedy must be depraved of welfare. Only then, when the flames of sin subside, the redeemed may regain a pious heart.
Stories that say the stars are far beyond our reach. Our stars? They are cursed. I'm going to see a real star. And leave this place.
Messenger, bringer of strange joy to yuggeth through the void. Father of the million favored ones. Stalker among the stars. Through the sacrifice of you all. The truth shall now be revealed. Now this is the key shot. Detached from the pompous sham of this show, you can now listen to the whisperer in darkness among the stars.
There is no rebirth without pain. The whispers by my ear, the scars from the pain. I was once lost in superficial applause before I crossed path with that touch of red. When the throat is slit, everything I wished for comes true. A mark forever sealed between my eyebrows. On the night the jailbird lost its voice, we chose to go our separate ways. Yet,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third day of IVS Asian Cup Vietnam Division. So today we will be deciding who will be representing the Vietnam, and of course I'm Cho, and I do have my very trusty, not Posh Spice, trusty
companion.
Explorer.
There we go. What an intro.
And a courtesy of having Posh Spice as my co-caster. Posh, how are you feeling about today?
I'm good, man. You know, what a weekend. You know, some people live for the fortune, some live for the fame, but I live for the weekends of Identity 5 action. We're already here in the Vietnam division, and I can't wait for us, for these teams to blow us away, because there are some new names. There are some known names as well. But, I mean, yesterday was kind of a showing that there are those teams out there that you don't really see like WP or NIC that much, but you know what? That's what IVS is all about. We want to showcase the best of the best when it comes to each division. And now I'm going to throw the question back to you, Chocho. How are you feeling today?
Definitely very excited. We do have, like you mentioned, known teams here. And speaking of which, we do have our lineup for today, actually. MP versus ST will be the first match that we will be commentating together, followed by GT versus MP. And of course, lastly, we do have ST versus GT for our last match of the day. But guys, do take note that if MP do take this win 2-0 against both teams, the last match would be completely redundant. There will be no need for that last match. Because why? Maybe you want to explain a little bit about the format that we're going for today?
For sure. So basically, it's like a group stage format where we're going to count the net wins. So round robin style, MP versus ST. And if MP actually 2-0s both their teams, they will be moving on. So here are the group standings, folks. As I mentioned, it's basically, net wins. So that's wins minus losses. And then it goes round wins. If they tie net wins, we go to round wins. If that ties up, we go to round points. If it's overtime, we go with overtime points. If that's not the case, Chocho is going to flip a coin and decide who's going to move on. We're not going to get to that, though.
Yeah, hopefully not. And of course, it may sound kind of complicated, but later on when we do have the standings shown later, so after each round, I believe. So we will see from there onwards. I believe we'll probably explain to you. I think Posh has very knowledgeable about the format, about how we're going with today.
I'm surprised with how knowledgeable you think I am. I'm very excited. Yeah.
You are. And speaking of which, we do have our statistics right now for MP. The last time we saw MP, I believe it was in the Vietnamese tournament. I believe the organizer, what I call that, was Oe Sama was the caster as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
he was the organizer, was at his page. So shout out to the Vietnamese community for holding that tournament. They racked in a lot of views. I think our boy Red was there in NTT, so shout outs to them too for commentating that tournament. But yeah, MP, Moru also, a known hunter in the Vietnamese scene. He really sticks to the different types of meta. And when he was, I think the height of his power, because we're going to see him now, but the height of his power from what I remember him is he has an amazing breaking wheel. MP also, they do have a lot of shifting players. But what I remember is how they were able to counter, I believe it was the Clerk with the Moonlit River Park roller coaster plays.
So I think, of course, we can definitely agree that at that point in time, Moonlit River Park is their map. But I mean, going against, I believe, ZT or Idol during IVC,
yes,
they kind of struggled at Moonlit River Park going against Mel Pai's Geisha. So we'll see how's it going to be today. Right now, moving on to LC, a very known member. I believe his name wasn't in the name list given to us, but we do know that he's very stable, very consistent when it comes to kiting and support. We do see the prospector, but we also know that he can kite very well and stun really well with that forward as well.
Yeah, I can't wait. LC also a known, player, a veteran of the scene as well. He has been in a couple of tournaments here and there, so he wants to add more points or more stats to his name. And what I also see are a lot of names in the chat showing a lot of love to not just me and you, Chocho, but for your Kurt as well. So would you care to give some shout outs in the chat?
Sure. Of course, we'll start with I6 Rival Diamond.
Revile.
Kyle,
I hope I pronounced that right.
It's a Kurt plush. I know it's very cute, but of course I have to thank, I think now, I didn't manage to go for the 2021 IVC offline stages, and he kind of reserved that plush for me. And
shout outs to NetEase also for giving us those amazing plushies. I have the Lucky Guy one, but yeah, it was the Lucky Guy and Kurt. But continue on with your shout outs before we talk about Ban.
We do have Tabo Rose Kisser. You guys have very interesting names. Old Maiden, Opheliac, Hanako. We'll give more later on, but let's just hit right back into our statistics right now.
Yes, so Ban does sport the batter here, folks. Based on our statistics also, he also has a little girl that he can use. Win rate is quite impressive. Also, when it comes to decoding, containment time and decoding is super important to look at. So the fact that he has like almost triple digits on both is quite impressive. So that means he's a very versatile player. He can also contain and decode if he needs to. So I think that's like one of MP's signatures, right? Their team is really known for coming up with strategies to counter each hunter and really highlight all of their players. So even though they keep changing the players coming in, rest assured that their teamwork is one of their X factors that they bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, teamwork is the X factor, and them being able to study their opponents very detailedly, I think that's something that MP does very well. I'm ready to know what the people know, and this people, I'm referring to what MP knows about their opponents this time around, which is ST in our first match. So moving on from there, we do have
Rai. I would say Rai. I think
okay.
Rai on the board here. Containment time above 60 seconds. One thing to look forward to is his rescue rate, which is 1.12. Not much statistics that we have seen with him. Again, if you guys have any insights or any information with them, we appreciated Lemon Line yesterday for telling us that I believe it was the hunter He Tian was disciple main. So if you guys have any info on these players, please let us know as well. We want to give them their dude highlights. So I'm guessing Rai with that first officer and his rescue rate is looking pretty good. So hopefully we'll see some amazing rescues off him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm excited to see how he's going to perform. We do see that 1.12 rescue, so at least a very probably safe half health rescue from him will be possible. And maybe a free rescue and then followed by a normal rescue could be possible from him. And now moving on to Shiru, a very common or at least a known player in MP for a long time already. Mainly plays the rescuer role, so it's interesting to see this year coming in now. 107.56 containment time, Bosch.
Yeah, it could be a old switcheroo of the roles here. I mean, we've seen it with Mini Blue Adi, where they just switch up who's going to be a rescuer. We've kind of seen Zhao Khan take up the rescuer role in Team GH. So Siru, yeah, really known for his kiting abilities, but based on our stats, he was the rescuer for the time being. But hopefully, if Eli does not get banned, and he will be here later in commentating later, and hopefully he'll also be in the map here and selection, Siru will pick up the seer here.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Eli, he's also with us, so we'll see how we're gonna commentate with him, and maybe someday we might be seeing probably a seer cosplay from him. I mean,
oh,
it makes
actually,
sense.
he did confirm. Yeah, we got a confirmation from people backstage. Eli will cosplay as seer, folks. So you heard it here first.
Yep, we
blame
definitely
Chocho,
did.
Eli. It was Chocho's idea, Eli. Blame her. But let's move on to ST. Chocho, tell us about Mobius.
Wow, we didn't get this in the stats too about him, but Mobius, we did see him going
IVC.
against UT was UTP's Hunter, but
yes,
he didn't play in the offline stages because he was camera shy. That was the reason, and that's why we didn't have photos of him as well, because he's camera shy. So I'm excited to see how Mobius gonna perform here. I think now as well as Eli, when they were commentating. Wait, sorry, I believe Nell and Posh, you guys were commentating on their match, and you guys were so impressed with how he played. Maybe I talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, he was very impressive with his performance. I mean, the fact that UTP picked him up as a hunter tells a lot. UTP, you know what, half of them was former ZT, so they put a lot of trust into Mobius. And considering that he was able to also go toe to toe with Nilu, and he with his meta hunters, it says a lot. So I can't wait to see what Mobius brings to the table this time, as they vie for the Vietnam division representative.
And I just kind of scavenged through my notes to see Mobius stats. He plays the Night Watch Wax Artist Ball Sculptor during the duration of the IVC 2023 that recently ended last week. And as for his stats wise, on average, he does get a 3 kill out of all 4 survivors. So that's exactly what you expect from Mobius as a hunter. Probably gonna tank those kills for his team and allow their servers to get the tie. I think that could be the possible plan from ST.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how he's going to fare in this matchup, especially against MP survivors. But we're going to move on to the survivors of Team ST, starting with Boss. With a name like this, you know he is the boss. He is the one dictating the pace of this match in terms of rescuing. Containment time is pretty good. Rescue rate is a little under. But based on our stats that we have seen, he is the main rescuer of the team. Has Mercenary, Gravekeeper, First Officer, Wildling as well. So... I think it's super important to have such a stable rescuer in the team, Chocho.
Yeah, of course. And speaking of his Wilding, which is something that's not really common, he did play that going against Idol Melpai at Leo's Memory, going against Idol. Managed to give that support and also help Love Theo, the prospector.
We'll talk about him in a bit.
Kite a lot longer. So amazing stuff, I would say, and we'll see whether they're gonna go for that same strategy and whether MP is prepared for that.
Yeah, Love Theo also is, I mean, we're going to talk about him a bit, but Eli sung so much praises of Love Theo. I think at least a 2 to 3 Cypher kite every time, no fail. So a lot of hype to live up to. But rest assured, I'm sure he gets his confidence knowing that Boss is right there to give him that extra confidence that he knows he's going to get rescued. So let's talk about Love Theo now, Chocho.
Yeah, speak of the devil, we do have Love Theo now. We do know that he's a very strong kiter, no doubt. However, we haven't really seen him use the prospector to harass yet. So I'm very curious to see that probably coming into this MP match going against ST. And whether Moru is able to, you know, from all the nerfs, from all the pressure, able to go against Love Theo. You know, usually it's the survivors going against the Hunter, but I feel that Love Theo might have a better standing at this going against Moru.
Yeah, you know, we're a sucker for good prospector highlights. As of late, you know, the prospectors that really stood out in the IVC were Zed and Neru, but I'm pretty sure Love Theo also wants to join that conversation and jump into that prospector group chat just so that he'll be also part of that conversation when it comes to the best of the best, because he definitely has the kiting ability. Now it's just the impact of how to use the prospector. I do think he has used it in certain kites, but I think the ones that stand out, I think, are his acrobat kites and his antiquarian kites. So fingers crossed where he's able to they leave prospector on the table for him to use.
Yeah, hopefully that will be the case. And I mean, I was looking at the chat. People were saying Mobius, whether Kyung is in ST. Kyung is in ST. It's just that I think Mobius, in their perspective, would be a better choice. And why Mobius is not in UTP is because this is by divisions. Yeah, we did have UTP unable to qualify going against FT in the first day, so we'll be seeing FT representing the SEA region. And now moving on to Taetian. Oh
yeah. So just to clarify, the FT will be representing the Malaysia division, and this one is the Vietnamese division. That's why Mobius is here. Again, it could happen like yesterday where they had Seichu come in and then Gajay to come in for the final third round game. So who knows? They might do a little switcheroo there with Mobius or something like that. But let's talk about Taetian. Taetian here, usually the stunner with his composure and forward, but coming up with a batter is going to be very interesting. And Chocho, I'd like also to I would like to everyone to also look at maybe like counting the stuns that could potentially happen with Taetian if he is going to use this batter or the forward, since you don't really see that much of these characters as of late.
Yeah, and if we're going to talk about, I'm just going to go a little bit, more of a macro situation that we're looking at. Talking about wealth of experience, I would say MP being the team that has been in these, going through so many tournaments, official tournaments especially, they definitely do have the name for themselves.
Yes.
But MP have quite a shift of survivors, left and right. But SC has been consistently having these 4 survivors: Boss, Lovetheil, Taetian, as well as Gris. So we might be seeing Gris next. So we'll see whose synergy will be better, whether a new team like MP survivors now, or is it going to be SD survivors? I think that's a huge question mark we have to bring into our first match, BO1. And curious to see what the map selection would be.
Yeah, that's usually the talk that we always have, or the conversation that we have. Is it better to stick with the same team or kind of fix it or try to refine and find an all-star team? But in the long run, I do feel like this game rewards loyalty. This game does teach you that. It teaches you to understand each other's strengths and weaknesses. And I want to ask you, Chocho, what has this game taught you?
This game has taught me love.
Really?
Why are we gonna do this like that?
Well, really? It does. Please expound. Did one teach you love?
Yeah, one taught me love, one taught me patience. I mean, the love definitely gotta refer to the teamwork, the team synergy coming from the teams themselves, and also the patience, I would say, when it comes to rescuing. They were very patient to not get that terror shock, and also when it comes to end game, they will play it very calmly, patiently. So, a love. Yeah.
Love and patience. You gotta.
Love and patience.
And I think loyalty is super important. Like you mentioned, so Gris is the next survivor that we are going to be seeing here. Gris, known as the kiter and decoder. Boss, really the main rescuer, but based on our stats and what Chocho has given us, Explorer, your boy, might be chosen here, and Psychologist. Did you main Explorer before?
Me?
Yeah.
Of course I did.
Okay, there you go. Because I wanted to ask, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I love Kurt. Special place in my heart always and every day. And Gris, I'm pretty sure it's a she. I'm not sure. Do tell me about it, chat. He or she. She's great at choosing explorers at the right map. Yesterday, Nell and I we were talking about certain maps that are good for explorers, and Gris, he or she knows exactly that, and I'm excited to see what it's gonna bring it into probably Leo's memory, which is ST's map, when they went against Idol in IVC 2023.
Oof. Okay, so really, with the wealth of knowledge is coming out of Chocho, as long as he has her boy Kurt there. So definitely that one taught you love in maining him. So we are gonna see though ST choosing Ever Sleeping Town because Chocho, MP has done their homework. They are the ones to look at all the outcomes, and they actually ban Leo's memory. Talk to me. What are your thoughts on this pick and ban for the maps? And MP, so it's Mobius actually being the hunter first.
Moru's gonna be the hunter first, so they're gonna So we're just gonna let Moru expand himself from there onwards. We'll see how it's gonna be. I think I'm gonna talk about a little bit about ST Survivors. I think
Yes.
it will be kind of confirmed that we will be seeing a possible Prospector, and we'll see whether Moru do give that ban onto Prospector. We did see also that Melpai, when you went against ST, he didn't really bend out the Prospector when it
Right.
comes to round 1 and round 2. And it kind of gave Love Theo to really showcase his skills when it comes to kiting. Hopefully Moru understands, and because they do study about their own opponents, to do that respect ban on that Prospector.
Yeah. Either respect ban or just don't chase Love Theo. Like
Yeah.
we've seen, I think 3 out of 3 times, if Love Theo's being the first chase, it's going to be pretty tough for the hunter to catch up with him. He was so comfy. I feel like it was this map. I think he was Acrobat or something. He was able to kite for really long. A very impressive kite that lasted, I believe, 2 to 3 ciphers that did pop. That's something for us to look forward to and for us to highlight as well. When it comes to Moru's hunters, though, like you mentioned, really just maining the meta here. What hunters scream out to you that can do some damage here in Ever Sleeping Town?
Moru did take a short break, but I think he might have a night watch in hand. It is possible, and I wouldn't recommend picking like a breaking wheel at the start, like what GodG did yesterday in their first half BO1. Very risky, high risk, high rewards. It really depends on the situation, how server's gonna give that chance, and how you're gonna capitalize on that. So safely, I would say a night watch would be great. Aim for the tie and allow your MP servers to kind of expand from there onwards. And you know, you were talking about ST, and I kind of recalled what happened in IVC. They actually had a lot of potential to get wins on the survivor side of ST. However, due to certain decision making when it comes to whether it should be decoding or healing up or doing something else, they tend to pick the wrong one always. And from a win, it becomes a tie situation. But tie is still great because right now they do have Mobius, which is a 3-kill hunter right now. So I think
it would actually be insane if they're able to refine that in their strategy. If they're able to kind of fine tune that decision making as a team, that would be a terrifying team to go up against. Not just on the hunter side, but both the survivor side as well, because they've shown potential with that. And what the chat has shown us is some love for your reference, Chocho. They're saying thank you next to the next references we've been doing.
Thank you guys for getting it. I thought that you guys might not get it because it was so, how to say?
Hey, I set it up pretty well for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next.
Next. But moving on from there, we do see the ban picks right now. Priestess as well as Antiquarian bans onto Moru, not giving that Prospector ban. He thinks that the Antiquarian is gonna hurt him more compared to a Prospector, and now with the female dancer as well as Gravekeeper picks possibly being picked here.
Yeah, they already lock it in. So they have a rescuer, they have a harasser here. Honestly, Chocho, I'm not going to play into your soft heart with a toy merchant, but I'd love to see a toy merchant come out. I mean, birds flying high, but you know how I feel about toy merchants on this map. I love it. It's an A++ for me.
Yeah, I love the toy merchant, of course. You know, sometimes when we're just looking up the sky, you know, it suddenly erupts with all the jumping here and there, just one person just jumping and everywhere, you know. It's amazing stuff, and of course, we want to see that coming in, but no.
Speaking of jumping, we're going to see a different type of jumping here with the Acrobat's bombs, but unfortunately for Team ST, we're not going to be able to see the Prospector since Moru did ban that. So last ban's coming in for Moru. Is he going to go for that toy merchant? Is he going to go for that patient? No, he's actually going to go for that seer ban. So leaves a lot more mobility on the table. Chocho, what would you want to see them pick up last?
Better, maybe?
Oh,
4!
But, I mean, he's still a sports player. He's got a football instead of a cricket bat, so it still goes.
It's kind of unusual to see like double rescuer team comps now. It was really leaning towards the older meta, like probably 10 seasons ago, where double rescuer team comps is that trend and that meta. And you know, looking at this right now, it seems like decoding will be on the slower side with the addition of forward and Gravekeeper. So I'm slightly concerned, of course, with the possible cipher progress, the speed they're going for, but you know,
Moru
likes to bite me, you know. Bite me.
Well, I mean, he is going back to, since they go with the old meta, he's going to go with the old meta as well. Like, I feel like Moru at the height of his power, he was such a such a terrifying breaking wheel. So he's going to be bringing that out now. Hopefully they bring some flywheels to the table, because in this map, I mean, if you see a breaking wheel, right, you think very aggressive, and you think, yeah, either 4K or no K. But you know what? It's hard to predict how. I would say how he's gonna play this one out, because he can tunnel down, or he can go very aggressive. So I'm a little nervous, because I know what kind of havoc Moru can ensue in the ever sleeping town.
Yeah, and speaking of nervousness, we will be heading towards our spawn location. But we'll see whether it's gonna bite Moru in the back. But let's just not judge the book by its cover. We'll see how Moru is gonna perform. Let's look at our spawn locations. He will be spawning at the shack between the forward as well as the acrobat. So first chase wise, I think he has a lot of options, but I would definitely say forward could be very likely.
Yeah, I mean, no, the Gravekeeper, we've seen how breaking wheels kind of struggle when they're in the burrowed state. Love Theo could just cancel out the snap or anything, and he's really good at kiting around. Hopefully Taitian will be able to, I would say, plan out his football activations when he's out of the wheel form. If that's going to be the case, Moore is going to have a tough time. So chat, let us know who you would want to see victorious in this matchup. Will it be MP? Will it be ST? Chocho, talk to me about the Persona web.
For Moru, it's very standard. It's an insolence as well as trump card. Definitely will be seeing I hope a good early game for Moru to kind of snowball from there onwards. As for the survivors, it seems like they are pretty prepared for this breaking wheel. 3 triple fly wheels, as well as 1 Titana onto the Gravekeeper. So let's see how he's gonna play this out between MP's Hunter Moru going against ST survivors. This is BO1 first half. I'm Chocho, and next to me we do have Posh Spice giving you the live commentary of our first match of the day.
Here we go, folks. High octane action at Ever Sleeping Town since Moro picked up the breaking wheel, and it seems like he's gonna go for Love Theo. So Love Theo would gladly take this first kite. He is on one of his strongest characters, which is the Acrobat, but note, he did bring Insolence, so he needs to try and starve this Pollen from presence. Now forces him out of the wheel form, able to get a trap on him, Chocho, and now that's an early hit from the Acrobat.
So very accurate traps coming from Moru, and he will continue that chase onto Acrobat. One more spike and one more burst, and he will be down. Love Theo unable to dodge that out, unfortunately, and still has 3 balls to use, I believe. Love Theo might be down here, and
whoa! Able to get the excitement and the down onto the Acrobat. So the flywheel able to move on away, but Taitian has to use the football to get behind the pallet, and now he's able to avoid it. That could have been a very costly scramble, but Taitian unscathed in that exchange there. But Love Theo is down. Cypher Progress not looking too good, but able to stun him again, Chocho. This time, no excitement.
And now, missing a swing, but the swing still happens after that flywheel by Acrobat. Really unfortunate sequence of events that happened. Taitian is still in this area, and excitement is 60 seconds, so this is gonna be really tough for Moru. Let's see how it plays out.
Ooh, he tried to activate the football, but the trap in the vicinity does slow you down. Taitian's still very adamant to trying to get this stun. So there are only 2 decoders that are left in the map here, since one is down and the other one's taking this next chase. I believe this forward might be investing a little too much in trying to go for it, but let's see if he's gonna go for a stun. He's just trying to bait him to activate that football. Is he gonna pick up?
Seems like he will, and the stun still happens. Love the drifting by the forward. Still balls over. Now Moru is completely broken. He's still 1 more spike away from that second skill Posh, so he needs to spike the Acrobat now, but no, he's gonna change target. He's gonna let him off the hook for now, and now we'll be focusing on the forward.
Forward does have 2 spikes on him. A snap could be possible, but Taitian expends his entire football, avoids the trap, but he's gonna close out the distance for him to snap him out of existence, just like Thanos. But this will be his first rocket chair, so it's totally fine. A little costly, I have to say, Chocho, because the ciphers are still at 4.
Yeah, I would say it kind of forced Taitian to kind of show his forward, but he had no choice to do that because ciphers at the point in time was just way too low. And now going with that rescue, now we'll be having the Gravekeeper, very safe rescue, of course. The second skill is activated for Moru.
Yeah, what's scary is that this forward does not have any items to work with. So, and in this rocket chair, there's not much he can go for. He has to try to transition towards the slow boxes if he can, but it seems like he's going to go for the corner house. Moru goes for the snap to try and injure, but the Gravekeeper is actually unscathed. Taitian now wants to go to the corner house. Oh, wow. Okay, trying to get the tramp to block him. He's going to go for the wheel form just to try and stop him in his tracks. He needs to just get one spike onto the forward and snap him.
And it seems like that would be the case. No, he won.
I think it's on cooldown. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll be seeing that happen, and he still has excitement though, but the fact that forward will be the one that's getting chat, it should be of no use as of now unless something else happens later on, maybe a stun on the head, possible. So the person coming for that rescue is Acrobat? Yeah, Love Theo. So let's see how that's gonna be. Gris is gonna be interrupted at the center.
We're still stuck at 4 ciphers, but one is at 84, the other one is 78. Love Theo's going to take his time because forward does take a little bit more time onto the rocket chair. But he has to be able to try and body block or try to silence any of the skills to come out. He's going to try and go for the rescue, forcing him outside of wheel form. They get the snap on him. Oh, gets the trap, but he goes for the bomb, but no, unable to go unscathed. Forward has fallen down. Love Theo has 2 spikes on him. He's gonna try to snap him and just injure the Acrobat.
Yeah, so Taitian will be seeing that chair once again and will be, I believe, flown back to the mana. Right now, ciphers are looking slightly healthier compared to initially. Acrobat is half health, and 2 of them do have spikes, though they need to prioritize on what they need to, which is to remove the spikes and heal up, reset basically. Let's see whether this will be happening, but no, Moru's hunter senses are ticking.
Yeah, Gravekeeper has a spike, female dancer as well. 1 more spike on him, he can actually go for a 1-hit KO with a regular, just basic attack. This only allows 1 person to be pushing the ciphers. Gris kind of getting greedy to pop that 1 cipher. It might cost him. Moru able to get the burst onto him. Female dancer has 3 spikes on him and also a trap. Gris has no music box to go for. Flywheel! Amazing sequence by Gris!
Amazing patience and discipline, I would say, and now forcing Moru to change targets now. Boss and Love Theo is over at the other side of the map. Let's see who he's gonna spot out first and who will he be targeting down.
Yeah, Chocho, we were talking about like the survivor decision making, right? They seem to have a flow towards it. Flywheels away and transitions to avoid the trap. Slows him down as well, so Love Theo can make a round inside, in this area of the corner house. So doing a great job. The dancer is able to pop that cipher. 1 more remains. Love Theo needs to kite this one out a little longer, but nice jump to avoid the trap. Uh-oh.
Yeah, a good job. Well done, I would say. And Boss will be getting this possible second chase. Oh, Moru changing targets once again. Love Theo needs to make sure that he does not die at one of the last ciphers.
Oh my goodness! Love Theo thought he was at the vicinity of the pallet slam, unable to get it. Gravekeeper might have to go for this rescue. Good thing he still has some shovels to use. But the breaking wheel, he could just keep monitoring these ciphers till they play musical chairs with a rocket chair.
Yeah, chair. And Gris will be trying to kite this Poland out, but things are looking slightly tough. Let's see how it's gonna be.
Oh, Chris choosing to go left. Oh my god, out in the open. Oh, tried to get greedy there and now just chooses to snap the female dancer to fall down. Might have to use up the exit path. Seems like Boss is going to be caught out here in the open while the Acrobat might be going towards the cipher here just so we can pressure the last one from popping.
And now Love Theo is feeding that tinnitus at this one of the last ciphers. Yeah, it's really interesting. We do see seven all of the ciphers in fact in the map being decoded, and added together it would be perfect. Not perfect, but 500. But
yeah,
right now they're just kind of being pressured. All the ciphers are at one side of the map. Things are not looking extremely great for ST.
Gravekeeper forced to use the shovel just so he can force attack recovery, but the trap was there to block out the pallet. He has to try and bait him to throw that trap. Nice usage. Can he get to some real estate here? We're sitting at 67%. He's gonna eat that hit, and this female dancer is gonna have to run away while the Acrobat tries to pop this last cipher. So now Love Theo has to realize that he has to get out of that area.
Yeah, and right now, Fever Dancer just need to prioritize on decoding first and heal Gravekeeper when he's near towards priming his self-heal. Flywheel out of that area, amazingly done, and Love Theo will not survive this blink hit.
Yeah, switches to blink, so at least they know that he has no skill trade, forcing the rescue to happen. Now he's gonna chair Acrobat to slow down the pace of this match. Gravekeeper is already up. No items on both Gravekeeper and Female Dancer, so Moru is still relentless in pressuring down these ciphers and denying the tie game from Team ST.
Now, most will be coming for this
primed.
rescue. It's primed, and
Snap.
he will not get this rescue.
Chariot! Oh my god! He tried to go for a chair baited hit, but now Gris is in huge trouble. In detention's not even a factor. That Gravekeeper was kind of forced to, try and go for the rescue. The snap happened. Love Theo is out of the game, and now the Female Dancer is the only one left standing. Gravekeeper still has a self-heal, so that's one of the saving graces he has. But Moru seems like he's going to go back to the boss.
Yep, and Gris, I believe he won't be able to open this gate in time. He does have a flywheel to work with. Another saving grace I would say is that Moru does not have detention, so there is a possibility that Gris can possibly get for this dungeon, but chances are so low because Gravekeeper, this is his first time on the chair posh.
Yeah, it's going to take some time for him to expire for that dungeon to open up. So Gris needs to hide this out, or at least go for an early rescue. But considering how much distance Gris has to cover, that's looking very unlikely. Noting also that Moru is just patrolling around this area and just seeing every nook and cranny and corner that Gris could be hiding at. So it's really a stalling game till the dungeon.
Yeah, so we'll see how that's gonna be like. We'll see the stalling game happening. He's trying to, sense where the Female Dancer is, but tonight's not being popped up. Gris, I think he's
the
three
crows?
best friends above his head.
Oh, you're right. And Gris has to make a mad dash towards the dungeon. He still has his extended spike, so now one spike's gonna be on him. He can actually, oh my god, Flywheel's the second one. That's so important. He can actually eat this hit and try to run towards the dungeon.
But it wouldn't be enough. It still needs some time after Gravekeeper die, at least 3 seconds. And it will last till
Oh my god. And he also put a trap there just in case. Oh, it opens just in time for him to pick up to happen. And Moru gets a 4 kill in this game.
Incredible sequence of events that happened for Moru, and congratulations with that 5-0 start. Amazing start, I would say. It's definitely replicating what Godjay did yesterday, and amazing stuff coming from Moru. And I mean, any highlights you like to mention?
I mean, just him bring out his breaking wheel, right? Yes, we did say that he, we thought he was gonna bring out the Itakua, we thought he was gonna bring out the metas, but he's just showing everyone that he's a menace with this breaking wheel. And even though there were some counters to that breaking wheel, like Gravekeeper, I mean, you had Acrobat as well on Love Theo. The down on the forward, I would have to say that's one thing I want to get your thoughts on as well. That scramble situation. How did you feel about that? Knowing that the ciphers were stuck at 4 for a while.
I think Tatian had no choice. The forward had no choice but to OB. I mean, Love Theo, it's so uncharacteristic of him to instant down like that at the start of the match.
Yeah.
And it seems like MP definitely did their studies. They just banned out the Prospector. It worked out perfectly for them. Love Theo's weaknesses are showing. And Tatian, I mean, excitement was used already. Tatian has to capitalize on the Poland's weakness at that point in time, which is no excitement. So I think he did a great job, well done. And I think that switch of forward being on the chair instead of Acrobat is great, because Acrobat can decode faster than forward, of course.
Yeah, looking back, it was I like that you pointed that out. Really uncharacteristic of Love Theo to kind of have a short kite at the start. I think it was also them being taken aback with the pace that Moru set. Yes, it's a breaking wheel. I think they were expecting it because of how much flywheels they brought out. But he was kind of caught in a tough spot, and I believe it was only like a 1-minute kite. Usually Love Theo lives up to the number of 2 cipher, 3 cipher kite, but this kind of shows Mad Penguin's strength in that if they're able to study a matchup, if they're able to kind of adjust, and if they review footage on you, they'll be able to kind of find a way to counter you. And that's what they were able to do, forcing Tatian to go for the OB. Love Theo was already expired. Actually, no, Tatian was the first one. He didn't have any items to work with. And at that point, it was kind of a slugging strategy. and detention didn't even play a factor. He played a very solid breaking wheel game here, Chocho.
Yeah, so it seems like, we were talking about it, whether this team comp is gonna bite them in the back as well. With 2 slow decoders in this team comp, it seems like it definitely did cost them an arm and a leg, of course. With this 4K right at the first half, it's looking very devastating for ST. And considering that this is ST's map selection, this is...
Well, that's the thing, right? It's on MP side can't celebrate yet. Not all glitter is gold, and the Saints we see are all made of gold in this sense, because they still have to worry about Mobius in this matter. Like it's not over yet, because Mobius is also known for the 3K and 4K. So yes, Mori did an amazing job. Now it's MP Survivor's job to kind of just go for that tie and make sure that Moru's breaking wheel did not go was not for nothing, at least.
Yeah, so we're just gonna hit right into slight details that happened in the match itself. Of course, we did see how after the forward was flown back to the manor, the 2 of them still had spikes on themselves, and one of them was half health. I do understand that they want to prioritize on decoding first, then afterwards when there's opportunities to kind of remove the spikes. But we did see how Moru kind of found them quite fast afterwards.
Yeah.
So it didn't really work out for them as well. They need to really rotate earlier to a safer spot to remove those spikes. And at a point in time, one person with spikes, one person half health meeting together at the S pallet area wasn't the best choice that they had. And Moro was able to capitalize on that as well. And
true.
As for the acrobat,
just to add to that, I think he just knew the rotations, right? It seemed like at the end he couldn't find the female dancer, but I think in the entire match, or the majority of that match, he just knew where to go, who to prioritize. Like the priority of okay, pressure down Cypher, pressure down the chair, change to this target, change to that target. It was really masterful. And I think if you want to know Moro is a hunter in a nutshell with his favorite hunter, I think this was a good example of it. And I think ST really weren't trying to hold back any punches. They were trying to go for all out, but Moro was able to really get the victory there. And it was a tough scenario when they were trying to push the corner Cypher and also the one at the school gate. But I mean, it's the breaking wheel they have to deal with. He just spikes you, snaps you down. You have no main healer. Flywheels are always on cooldown. And the items are also unavailable for the survivors at one point. So Moro just had a really good strategy of bleeding everyone out of resources and just playing to his advantage.
Yeah, the resources like you mentioned were dwindling throughout the entire match. And it wasn't something like a prospector where your magnets can be recharged, basically. So it's looking really tough for them. And I think a little slight detail about that match as well, that acrobat wasn't the acrobat love Theo did was that at the shack area there was this high elevation area at the stairs area where Moru actually became a human form, where the second spikes will be spiked out. When there's elevations, you technically wouldn't get spiked the second spikes.
Yeah, and then he flywheeled, right?
Yeah, so he kind of wasted his flywheel when it could be used for better purposes. So, yeah, I think it could have been the part and parcels of the survivor side that kind of led to their demise. And with this 4K, we'll see how MP survivors can add insult to an injury onto ST's Hunter side. And we do have Mobius coming to ST. There's going to be a huge change. We'll see how that's going to be.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how that one's going to shake out. And also what I'm seeing in chat is a big shout out to Candy CND that's saying what's up to us. Opheliac is also here cheering for Mobius. We see Chad likes pasta. Haven't seen you in a while. Chad, Hanako's here too. NTT also just chiming in with some of the insights as well. And I did see Giselle saying, hey, what's up, Potch Spice, saying, what's up, Chocho? She's the Duke. So please don't block our foreign aid.
Yeah, it's giving me traumas, and now that I'm commentating with Posh.
What?
Pride.
Okay, pride. Yeah,
The
dude,
keyword.
don't.
Pride.
Yeah, don't let your ego get in the way, Chocho. Jeez.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking about NTT in the chat, he says the timing ain't sweet. Definitely have to agree on that. ST, it means sweet timing, and it just happened that at this point in time, this is not their best match. It's not gonna be their last match as well. So
Yeah.
we'll have to see how they're gonna perform and whether MP survivors are geared up to go against Mobius, UTP's ex-hunter.
Yeah, so Mobius not wasting any time, banning out the dancer, banning out the priestess. Good takeaway, good bans, I would have to say. You do not want to be able to have these hunters, these survivors loose, especially if you want to be the one that has the best mobility. Seems like they're going to prioritize going for a prospector, for a priority prospector pick. So saving grace for Mobius is that he does not have to worry about prospectors moving on in round 2 and 3.
Yeah, so that's great, and we'll see how is it gonna be. They do have a healer, a kiter / decoder, as well as a psychologist, as well as a harasser / kiter onto the prospector. I believe LC might possibly be on this prospector. We'll see his performance once again. However, but MP did win the Vietnamese tournament, correct?
I believe so. I don't know if they came in another name though. Yeah, it was a different one. But shout outs to them. And also shout outs to the people in chat giving us, things like insights and information that we need to know. The people giving us things that we need to know, right, Chocho?
I mean, when it comes to your own region, of course you'll know better. It's like how for UTP and FT, it's like at the back of my head about all of them. And then now that NTT is in the chat, he's chiming in with all the information. Thank you so much. And of course, with other Vietnamese I'm so sorry I can't pronounce the Vietnamese names, but
Long.
thank you for being here.
Hui and Long, I hope we don't butcher your name, but we'll just call you that for now. As we round out the picks and bans, Antiquarian and Toy Merchant are bans, so we're not going to see anyone flying or any more stuns than the Prospector. So this is going to round out a Magician to come on in to the mix here, allowing Mobius to kind of go for the metas here because he is known for that. He did bring Wax Artist. He could use that. He could also bring out his Night Watch. Or he could kind of go with Breaking Wheel too if he wants to go for a mirror match with Moru. But I wouldn't advise... actually, in this lineup, you can if you want to.
He can possibly do that. And now, the Night Watch. Amazing things, I would say. We have the Itakwa Nation in the live chat always chiming in even before the stream starts. I do watch you guys, and we will be seeing him once again. I think something that we kind of were questioning ourselves was that Itakwa had a brother.
Yeah, what was that, chat? Can you let us know what that was about? Because I was, again, when it comes to lore, because we study the game, right? But lore-wise, I feel like we can brush up on it a little more, so please let us know. Chocho, aren't you ready to know what the people know?
I am definitely ready to know what the people know. Ready to know what the people know.
There we go. Boom. Shouts to Thea. Now let's check out the spawn locations, folks. Mobius actually spawning in between the graveyard and the shack area, or the 2-story corner area, allowing Ban, LC, and Rai to kind of surround him. Who do you think is going to be the first chase here, Eli?
Eli?
Oh, sorry. Jeez. Nell. I'm kidding. It's Chocho.
Eli. I think he's gonna be chasing.
Is that your Eli impression?
Of course not. I can't do an Eli impression.
Do an Eli impression real quick. Do it right now.
I think. I do not. I can't. Eli. I'll see you later on. We have to talk about this. But we'll see who will be the possible first chaser. It could be the Magician or the psychologist, but psychologist will probably rotate towards the graveyard, and we do see Mobius is not really giving that respect that, you know what, my first chase might be slightly long considering that I'm not going to bring Insolence. Trump Cut as well as Detention will be his build. As for the Survivor side, it seems like they're geared up for this. They do have 2 3-9s and 1 flywheel onto the Prospector for the possible harassment coming in from LC. So I'm excited to see how this match is going to play out. This is BO1's second half between SC's Hunter Mobius going against MP Survivors. The winning condition, or at least the tie condition for ST, is the tie. And I'm Chocho, and we have Pot Spice on the mic for this match.
Here we go, folks. Nightwatch, making his way to the ever-sleeping town, is already hot in pursuit at the graveyard area, to which I believe is actually the MP ban. So that is going to be the psychologist. So he's going to farm a lot of hits as if he's able to get ban down in this first minute as the Cypher progress keep on going. So the beauty of being chased here is that you're not interrupting any Cypher rush here. And also with the right placements, you're actually going to starve this Itakwa of presence. He's going to use the jump to try and close out the distance. Ban, hiding behind the pallet, drops it down, and now Mobius has to get more wind force in.
You see the mine?
Whoa!
Very
so
daring
scared.
of Ben. Yeah, very daring of Ben. If that registered, it could have been a terror shock, and that was gonna be the first chair that we'll be seeing here. But Mobius, still a first hit not registered, and Blink is ready. So it comes to show whether this insolence not being picked here is gonna hurt him in the back, but the first hit does registers.
Yeah, and this allows Ban to actually move on away. He knows that he does not have the dashes yet for him to unlock his first skill. Elsie is actually there to provide some magnet support, so I think he threw one down already. While Ban, oh, he's gonna try to stun him from the second floor.
Yeah, reaching for the skies, and there we have it. We do see that coming in. Elsie will be that next chase instead. All of them are full health, Posh, so this is looking slightly difficult. 3 ciphers.
Yeah, and now Mobius is put in a tough spot. He's actually back to square one. He still has yet tried to, just swing blindly there, but Elsie was not in the vicinity. And now, it's just a bit of a change of targets here. LC, though, dropped down a magnet, has no more to work with. He baits out the flywheel.
Yeah, amazing stuff coming from Mobius. Let's see how is he gonna come back from this situation where he needs a possible 4 kill. LC is kiting his life away. He still has one more magnet regardless of all of that, and Blink has already been expanded like you mentioned. Mobius, this is looking tricky.
Yeah, LC now dropping another magnet here. He's gonna get a short stun, but the distance has been established. He goes for the pull, but the real estate, he bolts a little too early. Mobius now forced to hop over, and LC, not much resources. He's gonna get this down, but we have 3 ciphers have already been done, Jojo.
Yeah, and added together, it will be 4 Posh, so I think by the first rescue before half, ciphers will be primed by then, and there is detention, and we'll see how that teleport might potentially help him in here.
So he has to stuff this rescue attempt, but Rai full pads and also full health. It's going to be a tough one. Prospector still has a lot of time on that rocket chair. So the fact that they already primed those 2 ciphers, this is going to be a hard one for Mobius to come back from. LC, though, is going to try and buy as much time as he can. He's going to have a dash in just so he can get the swing. Last effort's going to pop. And now last cipher is at 99. They're probably going to try and wait for the proper timing to pop it, and they do.
And he's already changed to teleport, but the teleport wouldn't be ready by the time. Yeah, so he'll be prioritizing on Ryan instead, but he is full health with no elbow pads anymore. I think he will be able to secure this 1 kill instead of no possibility of this 4 kill that he's looking for, fortunately.
Oh, what a vault, my god. 2 amazing vaulters in Team MP. They really did their homework, and now forcing Mobius to actually swing and a miss. He tried to go for a dash. It's not going his way. MP have already secured the first exit gate, and Rai might have to be the sacrificial lamb. He still got the recovery, but he can't make his way towards that dungeon. It's gonna be a 3-man kill.
Yeah, and MP Survivor is definitely the answer to us. Did that definitely get that insult into the injury that ST have since their first half, and now it's 8-1 lead, Posh. So, take us through the highlights.
I think it was just an amazing kiting that was amazing kite that was being done by the psychologist at the start in Graveyard, right? Being uninterrupted. He was really conservative with his pallet drops and when to transition. And once he was able to transition, you had LC able to get the stun on him and forced to change target. So I think it was more of Mobius kind of being pulled in different directions all the time and not focusing on tunneling down one survivor. Because now we know the answer to your question, Chocho, that maybe Insolence should have been brought, because by the time he was able to get his first skill unlocked, I think like 4 ciphers already primed.
Yeah, it seems like that could have been the possible build that he could have gone for a better situation. But definitely, if you're looking this from Mobius' perspective, he needs that 4 kill, and I guess the pressure, the stress, and considering the survivor side just needs a 1 escape,
Yeah.
it definitely did take a toll on him. And now with this 8-1 lead on ST's map selection on Ever Slipping Town, it could be a possible 2-0 coming into BO2.
Yeah, the numbers don't lie, folks, and it's going to be tough for ST to come back from this. It's not impossible, but it's definitely going to be a hard task because MP has put such a crazy pace on them that both factions have already gotten the victory. So yeah, I agree with you that maybe the pressure was a little too much for Mobius to perform. And towards the end, we kind of felt that he was kind of scrambling, kind of swinging a little too early, missing some dashes here and there. So you could really feel the tension that he was feeling in this match. But I will have to give our flowers, or my flowers at least, to Team MP, getting a solid first round victory in both the Survivor faction and the Hunter faction.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of MP survivors, it seems like this is their winning team already, honestly.
Yeah.
With this 3 escape, it just shows us, I mean, it's a statement basically, to show that, you know what, we can definitely solo kite very well. And if you're just going to change targets, we can equally be that strong kiter for that team.
Right.
Definitely is making a statement, and of course a good step in the right direction for that win. As for ST, I think they're feeling slightly under the weather after IVC 2023 loss. It could be possible, and many things do go around to the survivors, and ability to focus, adapt, to have the discipline and communicate effectively in that
and
team.
can I just say, look at when accelerated decoding popped. They already had the exit gate opening, so that is how fast this team is when it comes to decoding. And Siru, really the magic man himself. Now you see him. Now you never saw him. He just disappears. He was just 200%. There was no cipher that was wasted. And it just shows how in the previous match, cipher pressure was super important for them. That they opened all the ciphers because it was against a breaking wheel. So not to add more to the pressure of ST, but this was their map selection, and they failed to get the victory here. So MP, I would have to give I would tip my hats off to them because they definitely scouted out the competition. They found out a victory plan, and they were able to implement that in round number 1. Now the real question is, can they keep doing that in round number 2, or does ST have something left in the tank for them to push for a BO3?
Yeah, I think that is a question that we have to think about. But I mean, just going a little bit about both matches, right? You know, when I saw that VOD at Ass Palette area, that same area, same palette, it was giving deja vu moment in the first half and the second half. First half, it was Gris with that female dancer. And then just now, it was on the mercenary. Forgot who it was. Was it Siru?
I think it was... Hang on, let me look. It was Rai.
Yeah, very good vaulters. I have to agree with you. You were saying that in the match.
I mean, it's giving Terror Shock for me if I do it, but them, no, they're able to vault away. 2 really good vaulting. Oh man, I think Mobius also, like, man, if I was just centimeters closer, I would have been able to get a Terror Shock, and that could have been a game-changing Terror Shock, especially when it was, I believe it was Banned Psychologist.
Yeah,
that was such. I mean, he was already being attracted by the wind. He's still tempted to vault, and we know how fast the swing of Night Watch is. The hitbox is, I would have to say, I don't know. What do you think of the hitbox of Night Watch? Because sometimes it's really long. Sometimes I'm like, what the heck? It missed.
Honestly, for Night Watch, it's actually pretty okay. It's quite fast, honestly, but
It's fast, yeah.
I think it was the nerves getting...
Its trajectory is upwards. It's not like Naiad where she stabs, right? Through the window.
Yeah.
So for it to, I don't know. If that was a if that was a Naiad, I think that would have Terror Shock.
Yeah, easily a Terror Shock for Naiad. I think she might be the fastest. She has the fastest attack hit animation that we have in the game for the Hunter side. So, you know, we kind of have to do our experiments and studies on that regarding how fast it is. Of course, could be like 1 second. I'm not sure, but
I'm terrible with frame data. So let us know, chat, if you guys know any expertise. We're just professional fans at this point. But what we can say is that MP, solid performance on both Survivor and Hunter side. And now it seems like a checkmate situation because they get map selection and also faction. Well, actually, MP is gonna, ST is gonna get faction selection. But either way, both factions are good to go. They're firing on all cylinders today.
Yeah, but if we're gonna kind of guess about what possible map selection, it's quite curious. We did see MP ban the Moonlit River Park and the BO1, so maybe they just want to. They feel that it might not be a good map for them anymore. It used to
they
be.
banned out they banned out Leo's. Is it Leo's? Check. Yeah, they banned out
sorry.
Leo's. So MP banned out Leo's memory. So no, it's all good. You know, that's why we're here. We're here to help each other with the memories. Again, Chocho's still looking for a secretary, folks. So if you guys want to apply for that, just add her on Instagram, just to keep her schedule. She's a very busy woman. So.
Oh, but we do see the swap on the Survivor side. Boss will be
Bang.
swapped out, and Bang will be coming in. If memory serves me right, Bang used to be in MP.
Yes. Oh, chat NTT if you're there. Anyone? We're gonna phone a friend for this one. And Vietnam is a community we're really adding more notes on. So let us know. I think you might be right. I do. That name does sound familiar. So maybe this is the X factor that they need. Maybe.
Yeah. And chiming in from the chat, I do see Alex asking, not asking, but he's saying, I want to see a Joseph in this tournament. Cry emojis 2 times.
We want to see that too, man. Just add them. Go for it.
We're gonna put a pause on that, but we do see the swap on the Hunter side. It seems like they think that Mobius might not be able to kind of keep himself calm in terms when it comes to really stressful conditions. And now Kwang will be coming in. Definitely Kwang, I would say he's very experienced going against opponents' team. We did see Idol Survivors. He was able to kind of get consistent ties and at one point dominate with a possible 4K, but got a 3K eventually. Amazing stuff coming from Kwang, and we'll probably be seeing that once again. And huge question mark, whether MP servers are gonna give that respect ban of that night watch onto Kwang. Idol didn't though.
Or they might just go Arms Factory or Hospital. That just again, Kugo made that like not happen. Like, that's definitely. So they're gonna go with Chinatown here. ST banning out the Moonlit River Park. I would like to see them ban out the Night Watch. They don't roll the dice with that. It's gonna be too insane for them to use that. So ST will be hunting first. So it's gonna be Kwong that will come on in. But based on the stats that you gave us, Chocho, Spider can also be here, and we know that Spider is also really good in Chinatown.
Yeah, so MP seems like they will kind of ban out the Night Watch as well. The last time Kwang played at Chinatown using the Night Watch, he got a 3K against Idol Survivors, using Excitement at the start. So
Jesus, okay.
Man is definitely built for this, and he is very trained in his Night Watch, very confident as well. So just ban out that and allow him to pick the chip damage hunters. I think that would be the best possible choice for MP. And we're just gonna hop back a little bit about the Joseph. It's a once in a blue moon situation, I would say. The most common person that we've been seeing playing that is YMM in tournaments. And when he only plays that in like when push comes to shove, tough situations. I have no choice but the 4K. That's the hunter he chooses. Bring in teleport and a trump card. So
man is unhinged. He's definitely a trendsetter with that one. Again, he's very skilled as a hunter, and he's one of my favorite hunters that stood out because he was the only one to bring out Joseph in Koa 3 when it was all Dream Witches and BQs. He was the only one to bring it out, and that's when GR had that like 3-peat reign, and that was the 3rd peat that they got. And YMM, it wasn't. They didn't have a league yet. I forgot what team he was from, but yeah,
5HS,
he was.
I think.
5HS, yeah. Jeez,
wow,
he was so
it brings
dangerous.
back memories.
I know. Jeez, that was like how many years ago? My God, our age is showing, Jojo. But what is going to be showing is Chinatown on our screen here, folks. Kwong is going to have to do some heavy lifting for his team here to try and negate the points going to Team MP. And what we know from MP is that they're diligent studiers. They're able to find the best possible solution for any scenario, and I'm pretty sure they've accounted for Kwong and his pool of hunters.
Yeah, and we do see this Toy Merchant as well, Mercenary being picked here. Toy Merchant, very strong character to start off, which means that it will be banned for the rest of the series if it comes to BO3. Very interesting. Chinatown is a great map for Toy Merchant, only if the survivors do rotate to your catapults. We did see that, I believe yesterday, a Toy Merchant pick was selected, but it wasn't put into great use when it comes to kiting and support-wise as well. So Professor, it could be possible pick over here for the side of MP.
Yeah, and note also that the Night Watch has been banned, so MP having that respect onto the skills of Kwong on the Night Watch. So yeah, they're not gonna. I think they want to end it here and now for their team because they're going really strong. First round Mercenary pick and Toy Merchant pick is very strong, and for them not to think about the third round and what rescuers they can bring to the table, I think it's a good indication that MP's feeling confident in this first round. Second round, first half. And we're rounding out the bands of Kwong Chan here with a coordinator. So is this, Chocho, is this giving Spider for you?
It's giving...
Sculpt?
He can do that. But because if you get nearer to a Professor, right, think is that the Hunter hit animation actually gets slower from what I've read about. And it's going to be tough for the Spider to go against Toy Merchant, Weeping Clown, and also Professor. I don't think it would be great. Any other choices, if you might ask? I think. If he has a hidden, if he has a hidden trump card Hunter that we don't know about, this is the right time to bring it.
Now is the time, right?
Yeah.
Now is the time to bring it out, and this would be the best time because MP really knows what they're up against, and they know that it's gonna be a Spider, Chocho. So I feel like the trump card, it kind of ran out for him, and he's gonna go with the Spider. So I'm looking at your face. I could tell that this lineup is gonna be pretty okay to go up on against the Spider on paper, though. On paper, that is.
Yeah, Kwong would. I think Kwong would. Kwong. I feel like Kwong would struggle, honestly. Mainly because if you think about it, Toy Merchant flies, meets with Weeping Clown. Weeping Clown dashes together with Toy Merchant. Bro, at the distance, you're not even gonna find them afterwards. They're gonna disappear from the face of this earth, and you're forced to change targets. So Kwong, I think he might struggle quite a bit going against Team Calm.
Yeah, half of the survivors are pretty unchaseable. And note that, I'm not even counting for Mercenary and Professor. It's just Toy Merchant and the Weeping Clown. So he's gonna have a pretty tough time. But we've seen Hunter is kind of prove us wrong. Hopefully he'll be one of them because one thing I love about our job and that's opposite to schoolwork and working a regular job is we love to be proven wrong here, chat. Hopefully Kwong will be doing that with us as he makes this potential last stand for Team ST in this matchup. So, talk to me, Chocho, about the spawn location.
We do see Kwong the Spider on the left side of Mercenary, and Toy Merchant's at a very safe location. Double story. Could be possible that Whipping King could be the possible chaser, if not the Professor. But Professor-wise, if you're gonna chase him, he can take. Toy Merchant can take set up catapults, and it's gonna be tough situation for him once again. And looking at the persona builds, Posh, you want to take us through this?
Yeah, so trump card detention on Kwong Chan here. No frills here. He just wants to go for an optimum Spider. We do see one flywheel onto Siru while everyone else has broken windows. Gonna be interesting to see because they need to transition away from those webs, but Siru has that catapult to just go away from the webbed area. So in a big map like this, it's going to be tough. He needs to conserve his web, folks. So once again, we need to hear you make some noise in chat. Will it be ST or will it be MP getting the victory for the Vietnamese division here in the qualifiers? Once again, that's Chocho. I'm Poch Spice. We'll be your commentators for the second round, first half.
We're heading into the match. Toy Merchant has already set out her catapult. I think there was a bit of direction change, so she put it back and place it once again. But Kwong will be going for this Professor.
I think it's a mercenary because the mercenary did, but wow, already sniping out that the Siru has already set up the catapult. So Siru only has one catapult left, and now it seems like Kwong Chan will be trying to look for that that Toy Merchant. It seems like Rai is actually caught up the mercenary in the second story here. So Kwong Chan, like you said, this first chase is going to be a hard one.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him. 100 webs though, nothing is impossible, and his blink will be ready in about less than 6 seconds. So let's see how he's going to make use of all of his resources to get that first down quick and fast. quick and fast, same thing. Siru will be possibly getting this second chase after the mercenary. Let's see how it's gonna be.
He sets up the catapult. He's gonna have to use it to transition. Kwong Chan not wasting any time. He's gonna try to do a red light trick, but he's gonna spot out the other catapult, and this buys enough time for them to actually focus on decoding. Cypher Progress not going too much because they respect Kwong that much, and thread holding is gonna reach the 150 mark in just a bit, Chocho.
Yeah, so Siru can glide downwards, and we do see that happening onto the toy merchant side, but I believe the hit will still register. She can't transition into the window as well.
Whoa! Tried to flywheel a little too early. We do see that the Weeping Clown is here for that transition, just in case. He's gonna try to go for the webs, and now she's riding that rocket, Chocho.
She is riding, and Kwong, I think he can easily catch up once this ends. And Siru, she has the skill.
He actually goes for the hit of the Weeping Clown, so now this allows a little more distance to be established, and the thread holdings aren't enough. So this is actually a very slow spider. Siru does not have anything to work with.
He baits out the skill, and the blink is still available for that hit to register. Oh yeah, I mean, amazing stuff coming from Kwong. Very well disciplined on that skill usage, and now he might be cheering at the right mercenary Cypher, but fair enough, mercenary will be coming for this rescue. So Cypher disruption, even though it's on, is definitely on, but it doesn't really matter. Mercenary is coming for this rescue. Professor as well as Whipping Clown is pushing for those Cyphers though. 3 Cypher kite. Close to that. Early rescue.
Baited him to actually go through the window. So yeah, early rescue did happen. So again, him baiting out the skill to be used was actually a masterful move there in that scramble. But yeah, Cypher Progress is looking pretty okay, but 4 Cyphers still remain at the top part of the screen. Yeah, they need to add more pressure onto this. The saving grace here is also that Mercenary still has his 3 elbow pads, and he's still unscathed. So that's a good indication for the survivors on that side. Ban is actually here. Oh, he tried to go for the rocket. So unfortunately for him, it wasn't utilized to its full effect. And now it seems like Kwong can catch up to the Weeping Clown.
Yeah, and dying once again at the Cyphers. I think there might be a certain situation of miscommunication. Dying at another Cypher after using that Titan to get away from one. Quite interesting, I would say. And I think they do know where the possible dungeon is already. Considering this is the corner of the map, let's remind ourselves of that. There could be a possible 3 escape, even though it looks like a possible tie right now. 2 of the Cyphers are actually quite a lot, but the last Cypher only 14%.
Yeah, so they actually had to sacrifice Siru just so that they can open that part of the map for them to be able to pop that one of those Cyphers either at 80. I think that's the 80% Cypher. Or actually, no, it's the 63% one. So they still need 3 more Cyphers to work with, but this is a great start for Kwong Chan. Able to get the Toy Merchant out of the way. Slow start, but it definitely built up. This snowball has definitely turned into an avalanche for Kwong. Now he just needs to keep the pressure going for his team. Ooh.
He thought that Whipping Clown was going upwards.
He is speed. He is Lightning McQueen with that one. He couldn't. he went up the ramp when he wasn't supposed to. But 2 Cyphers remaining. Last Cypher, the closest one, is at 35%, and it seems like LC, respecting the patrolling spider here, would actually move on away from that Cypher.
And we do see him kind of missing quite a bit of his spits. One on the Whipping Clown, and now once again on the Professor. They are kind of not giving a single chance at all. Blink is ready, Trump card is ready as well, and Mercenary has primed that 4th Cypher, has popped it just now, and last 2 Cyphers, they just need to decode 1 actually. 1 Cypher remaining. 1 is at 7 Cypher being decoded.
Dude, it's kind of the opposite of having the precise Cyphers being done in Ever Sleeping Town. Now it's like they need all their bases covered because the mobility is on Kwong Chan's side. They have no catapults to work with. They don't have any portals either. So I think they just want to open as much as possible just to waste the thread holdings that he has. But I mean, it's already at 130, so he can catch up in an instant. LC can't be too greedy here. He needs to move on away from the Cypher.
Yeah, and I think this might be a slight deja vu for Kwong. Last time against Idol, the Cyphers were all at one side of the map as well. Slightly different locations though, but we're all at one side at Chinatown. And this time around, it's the same situation with all 3 Cyphers at this side of the map. So let's see how he's going to capitalize on having all the webs and speed through like Lightning McQueen, like you mentioned. And
Yeah. Oh my goodness. In sports mode, if he has a Crocs on, he's got to attach them on. So we do see that the mercenary does have some perfume. LC might be forced. Oh, good dodge on LC's side. He's still able to transition away. Wow, what a sequence. And now this time being bought is actually did he bait the scales being hit?
He did.
Nice.
Amazing stuff coming from LC. Nice prediction, of course. And now Rai, because he's been running about aimlessly, not touching ciphers, he has three best friends above his head, which is the crows, of course. And now Ben, possible next chase, and he has a perfume to work with.
Perfume able to get it, vaults through, not quite. Might have to just eat a regular hit, but this buys enough time for LC to actually prime that last cipher. It's still not moving as fast as you'd want it to. LC's actually, I think he was picking up some scales. He was doing something else. He's definitely not touching that cipher. We're still stuck at 46, 35, and 57. Oh, it is moving though.
Yeah, and I actually kind of love Kwong's mindset. He's trying to bait out all of their resources such that they have close to none, except for Professor, of course, because his skill can be recharged. So right now, LC might be the potential chase here once again. Kwong, I think he's gonna go back once again. He's just trying to bait them away from the ciphers, so that ciphers are actually not being pushed at all, and this working perfectly for him. He does have a trump card still. We'll see how he's gonna make use of that. I don't think a normal switch is very wise here. LC.
Yeah, LC eating that web shot, now forcing any attempts of flywheel. Tried to go for the scales once again, and now Kwong able to just get a direct hit onto Professor, and one more basic attack is actually going to drop him. He's actually running the other way, and now LC, very dangerous kiting route, but he's still able to make it work, Chocho. We're still not at 90%, and now it seems like he's going to try and change it up. Oh my goodness, LC though falls down, not in time for the cipher to be primed.
Yeah, so now he will be towards
Closer,
the hotel area. So Rai will be coming for this rescue. I think Kwong might think that Kwong should know the cipher is prime now.
Yeah, he's trying to push for a chair closer. This is actually going to be a little tough. I don't think he's going to be able to struggle free. Mercenary has to go for an early rescue here just to bait out. Oh, he goes for the spit, unable to get it. Ban pops the cipher, and now detention is in the air, Chocho.
Yeah, and Blink is ready, and he has about 70 webs to work with. LC and Rai are running in the same direction, and considering that the web is on Rai, he's having full view of the survivors. But now, down hit!
Whoa! Able to get the scales, and now he has to hold that attack recovery. Amazing Professor pick here by LC. And now Ban is opening up the exit gate. He's still holding on to that trump card. He can actually go for the teleport, but the Weeping Clown has already opened up the exit gate. LC, he can, if he just kites accordingly, but no, the webs are going to catch up to him.
Yeah, and the tie, it should be a tie situation. They shouldn't be more greedy than this. And now it's looking slightly manageable for the ST survivors to probably aim for a tie in the second half. But will Moru give that chance though? I think we have to think about it.
That's the big question, so we're just going to have to talk about that once the picks and bans start. But for now, Chocho, let's talk about the highlights of that match, because it was a bit of a slow start, but Kwong was able to apply so much pressure that it looked kind of dicey for the survivors.
Yeah, so I think one of the highlights would definitely have to be LC's Professor. He's actually playing it actually as perfectly as it can be already. The only time it was slightly confusing was when the pallet was being destroyed and he kind of ran through the pallet towards the hunter.
All part of the plan, I think.
Yeah, it could be. My brain's not braining for that part. But other than that, he did a great job. That drop down hit, if that hit registered onto him and he didn't press his skills, there is a possibility for him to change to a teleport and get possibly 3 kill, if not 4 kill. So amazing stuff coming from LC towards the end game, and of course MP able to prioritize on cipher progress slowly but surely.
Yeah, definitely one of the big plays of the games there was the Professor and how he was able to bait out some hits, able to maximize the scales. The Toy Merchant also, you felt the catapults, but I think Kwong was too disciplined to not to pick up after the toys and just clean up after any attempts for the catapults. I know I was looking every time the catapult was broken, Chocho's heart broke just a little bit, and it was but it worked out for Kwong at the end there. For him to get a tie is actually a step in the right direction. Now it's their survivors' turn to kind of have that redemption or vindication round up against Moru.
Yeah, the SC servers definitely have to break a leg here. They have to get a tie situation, or actually more than that if possible, because that 8-1 lead by MP at the start is too. They are actually all the way up there already. They
Yeah.
need to actually win by rounds now instead of
Mhm.
just points. So
Yes.
how they're gonna do this? I mean, they do have a very strong team if they do play their cards properly, and maybe prioritizing Prospector could work out for them actually.
Yeah, I think they might have to go with round 1 prospector pick just to give it to Love Theo. Make Love Theo or give their they need to win in picks and bans and ban out Breaking Wheel. That's a no-brainer at this point because they weren't able to handle it that well. Force Moru into unfamiliar situations with your I would say their signature picks and play their game and not Moru's game because in the previous matchup, it's like he was actually expending all of their skills, forcing them to go on the defense instead of like push objectives. So I like what you said there. Don't look at the points, look at the rounds. So what they can do now is kind of go 3-1 in this one. They don't have to go for a full 4-man escape. Just go for try to get a 3-1 and move on to game number 3. Again, that's easier said than done. But those are the win conditions for this round for Team ST.
And now looking at our statistics of that first half BO2, we do see Band. Let's just look at our first kiter, of course. Shiru, 69.1 seconds. Definitely, it might have seemed short, but I think he definitely did kite out enough for that 3 ciphers to pop. So kudos to him and able to set up certain catapult placements as well. Good job, well done. And if we actually look carefully as well, at the start of the match, I think they kind of slightly rotated a little bit. That's why Cypher Progress weren't progressing as fast. And I think one thing that MP might actually do better in is to maybe for Rai, the mercenary, to not go for that early rescue onto Toy Merchant. I get it that early rescues are usually done, especially when you die at someone's cipher, but it doesn't make sense for you to rescue and then die at another person's cipher that's gonna pop.
Yeah, and I think that plays into what you mentioned there. Maybe a little miscommunication with where Zero was gonna fall down because that definitely halted the cipher progress for a significant time. And luckily for them, though, once Zero was sacrificed out of the game, it took some time before Kwong could actually find another target because he was kind of in a ping pong situation where he was going to gate and trying to stop the ciphers from moving. And that's when LC's amazing kite came into play.
Yeah, I think ping pong is a great way to describe what happened just now. I think a lot of us in the chat were kind of confused with like the back and forth, but nothing really happening. I think Moru's main objective there was definitely to create pressure onto ciphers, slow it down. Of course, you can't completely stop it because it's 2 sides. I mean, one side of the map, but it's at each ends.
Yeah.
So it's very tough for him. So he also wanted to kind of drain out resources as well, so that he has a better late game to work with.
Right.
They have nothing to work with at the end. He can get the down fast with the webs. So I think that was the mindset Kwon was going for, and I guess he was trying to aim for more. But I guess a tie situation coming from a spider at this map is actually a good job well done for Kwon, considering it's his first time picking the spider, I believe.
Yeah, so what I've learned also in the matches that we have seen is that when someone's coming back from a deficit, you don't necessarily see a complete shutdown like a 4-person kill or a 4-person escape. It usually starts out with a tie. And then that's when I think the floodgates kind of open for the rest of the faction or the survivor or hunter team to kind of follow suit and be like, okay, there's that confidence we need. Let's go all in with this one. So hopefully that's the mindset of ST because they're on the brink of actually losing this game. If MP survivors actually get 3 and above, that's going to be GG's and MP is going to move on. And we did mention at the start of the stream, MP is going to have the next match up against GT. And if they win that, we won't have a game number 3 for today. But here are the win conditions, Chocho.
We do have MP's win condition for if it's a 1 escape, MP wins. If it's 0 escapes, is MP winning. So that means that Moru, if he's trying to end this in a 2-0 fashion, crazy fashion, he has to get a 3 or if not a 4 kill, at least a 3 kill at least. So we'll see whether that's going to be the case, whether he's going to have enough kill pressure onto the survivors coming into BO2 second half Chinatown map.
Yeah, and that's what's terrifying because based on his stats, his average is like 3. And this isn't the later round, so he still has a bunch of meta hunters to work with. He still has his Night Watch because for sure they're not going to allow him to use that breaking wheel. And if he uses the Night Watch here and there's more characters that are banned, it's not going to bode well with this team lineup. I'm trying to remember the global bans that did take place. Okay, I found it. Oh wait, I'm still scrolling.
Prospectus, I call. Oh wait.
Oh, there we go.
GK
There we go.
Prima Dancer?
Okay, so it's still workable. He still has. They still have their toy merchant if ever they need to. They still have a lot to work with in terms of the survivors that are viable. But as I say that, they get banned.
You're right. So, I mean, they are very strong.
Prospector pick it, please.
Dude, you're actually predicting every single thing. Yesterday was the same situation. Today is the same situation. We do see the Poland ban as well.
Well, dude, you didn't get the script for today. I'm on page 46. We're supposed to follow the script. You didn't see
crap!
that?
I'm on 42. My bad.
Okay, okay. So now your line is you're supposed to talk to us about Antiquarian Prospector. Right, go.
All right. So now they're going for double harassing team comms.
I did not predict this at all. Oh my god, Jojo. What?
Yeah, it's on page 47. Are you on that?
Dang it. Okay, all right. Give me a highlighter. Okay, go.
And now they're kind of focusing more on the harassing part of their team now instead of the decoding part. Decoding was they didn't manage to actually decode all 5 ciphers coming into. Oh, they decoded all 5 ciphers, but they weren't able to open up the gates.
Yeah.
So they're not gonna make adjustments to the decoding part, the decoding factor of that, but they're gonna make adjustments to the harassing part of it, because in the first round they had forward.
Yeah. Now they have forward. Page 48, dude. Page 48.
Sorry. Triple harassing team comms is giving yesterday's match.
Jeez, can you imagine we have 2 harassers. We need more. It could be better. We're gonna have Antiquarian Prospector. Seer's the only one that's gonna make it into the mix. I did see some people in the chat also that they're not gonna dare pick Seer because Moru can pick up Bonbon, but he can go with that. But that's very passive of him. I'd like to see him more aggressive. So, and since his breaking wheel is gone, definitely go for he can go for just the meta, which is Night Watch. You can go for Wax Artist. Heck, if he has a spider, he could bring that out too.
Yeah, if he has a spider, it's definitely the time to pick it. But I think he might go for the Night Watch. He might go for the Night Watch. Actually, Bonbon is fine as well if he's just aiming for a tie. But aim high and you might get something slightly lower. Just slightly lower. It might be above a tie situation. But
so it seems like he's gonna still go with the meta, but go with the Wax Artist. So I think he wants it. I guess this is a more stable Bonbon if you think about it, because he has a better chase. Like, you don't necessarily have to be so predictable when it comes to dropping bombs. Here, it's more of, I think he knows that ST might act more desperate to get more victories. He just needs to secure one and the other. And I agree with this strategy, even though it's kind of like, okay, let's actually bleed them out to game number 3, because Wax Artist, they could just play this in a tied fashion. But worst case for Moru is he can get a tie in this one. So hopefully ST will take that worst case scenario and put it in their favor for them to get a 3-person escape.
That could be possible. Unable to predict this Wax Artist. I'm definitely feeling super shy about that. And of course, very excited to see how the second half will be coming into this. It might be a potential last match for ST versus MP. 2-0 possible. And
yeah,
we're just going to repeat the winning conditions. A 3-kill, if not 4-kill, will take this win for MP. So stakes are high, and ST has to succumb to those pressures right now.
Yeah, this Wax Artist definitely got me saying, "Oh my God!" with the pressure that is happening in for Team ST at this point. Looking at the spawn locations, though, he is going to spawn at the top left side of this map. We're seeing an L-shaped spawn, so Griss's Seer can use the owl, but we have seen a lot of Wax Artist plays where they don't actually allow. I mean, you barely see the owl used to its full effect. So Griss has to hold on to that owl just at the right moment for him to be able to get the attention out of Moru. And I guess Taitien might have to take this first kite unless he actually transitions over to Bang.
Yeah, we'll see whether how their rotations is gonna be first, and whether Moru is gonna probably, out rotate them. Maybe find someone that he wants to chase. Of course, Seer would be the best chase, but considering the spawn locations wise, it's gonna be difficult. Looking at our personas, Insolence, Detention, no trump card onto Moru. He could be bringing a excitement, if not a blink, into this match. As for the Survivor side, they are prepared for this. 3/3/9s and forward does not have 3, has a 12/6 build.
Oh wow. Okay, so yeah, they're going kind of all out here. So Bang might want to be the one to go for this rescue and chase. No borrowed time on that one. Same actually goes for. Oh wait, sorry. Yeah, so Tide Turner there, and then Gris also having both Flywheel and borrowed time. So once again, folks, Chocho and Potch Spice, you're at your service for this potential last match. If ST doesn't get enough survivors out of the gate, MP will be qualifying with 1 win in the book in this tournament.
Yeah, and now spotting on his first target here, Bang, the forward, the slow decoder here. So I think it's definitely someone that he probably wasn't aiming to chase. Bang out-rotated Moru, and Moru, he's just gonna continue this chase onto the forward, even though Antiquarian, I believe she's just right there.
I think he knows that, like, he's trying to go for another rotation. So it seems like Bang actually losing sight of Moru, or being able to break that line of sight. Note that teleport is already ready for Moru to use. He's still holding on to 800 wax. Let's see who he's going to go with. Again, I think they're very disciplined to not touch ciphers because they know teleport might be it. So now he's going to teleport straight to the hotel area where Gris is going to be at.
Yeah, so definitely one of the chase that he wants to, because I mean he just has a bird. But Moru is kind of losing sight of the people that he's chasing all the time today. So Gris will be getting this chase like you've mentioned, and now we'll see how he's going to make use of the bird to kind of prolong his kite further.
Yeah, we do see that 56% already. He's trying to go for a charged up hit. Baits out. Oh my god, a owl. And now he's still sitting on 56% wax. Moru's taking his time. He knows that ST has to be the one to kind of hustle and get more survivors out of the gate. He just wants, I feel like he's just trying to secure a tie, or just trying to play with a cool head. But Gris is doing an amazing job just bringing that line of sight and avoiding these wax. Now he's able to get the wax bomb onto Gris, and now it's gonna be a matter of time. He's able to get the hit, unable to flywheel Chocho, and now he's still sitting at 89% wax.
Yeah, so it will be a down situation here, I believe. 100% wax, and he will be down right next to the chair, I believe. Not a lot of fear has been sucked for that owl. And now ciphers wise, like you mentioned, it's looking actually not too bad coming into 2-minute mark of this round itself.
Taitian is over at the distance. Antiquarian is actually getting spotted out by Wanted Order. Is he able to block that cipher? It seems like the 60% cipher isn't moving just yet. There is one that's moving, about to be 20%, and we do note, I believe that is the forward, or is it the forward? Prospect is working on a cipher, and it's forward. Bang, that might be actually going for this rescue since he's a sole Tide Turner carrier.
And let's see how is it gonna be. Seems like they plan to actually sell.
Whoa, that's actually a very interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I guess they really want to secure a tie, but this is not pressuring Moru, and he has teleport ready. He could actually teleport to the next cipher.
So.
Oh, hang on, Bang! Actually, Bang from above, able to go get the just the drop down surprise on him, but he can actually just wax him off and actually just negate the rescue from happening. Oh my god, can he get in time? Oh no! That was heartbreaking to see, Chocho!
Heartbreaking indeed. Bang from the sky, but didn't manage to get that rescue, unfortunately. Bang will be expanding his football to actually prolong this kite, but it seems like he will be down very soon. Hot wax is available.
Oh, he's gonna try to hot wax him. He's able to get him down, and Moru has his second survivor down. 2 ciphers remain. The last cipher is at 60%, and we're gonna see a basement, Chocho.
Basement. Oh, this is so difficult right now, Posh. Right now, ciphers wise, they do have one last cipher. I think that's the only saving grace right now, 60%. And I think the person that should be coming for this rescue, honestly, it should be Antiquarian. Antiquarian can disarm the hunter.
Yeah. But what's interesting here is that Bang has no borrowed time. So they might have to, once they save, just go for the pop, but it's not primed just yet. So hot wax is already going to be in play. He's going to go for the hot wax trick, and it's going to be a terror shock. Chocho, it's a basement party.
Crazy, crazy, crazy. Right now, Antiquarian will be chat in the basement together with his trusty friend Forward.
Teleport.
Definitely. Oh, Tatian actually came for this rescue way too early, don't you think, Posh?
He did, because Cyphers weren't primed just yet. He could have gotten up, but yeah, getting the Terror Shock. So Love Theo, unfortunately, the main kiter of the game was the Soul Decoder, and on his signature Prospector. That's a little heartbreaking, but I think we could say GG's. MP has definitely gonna take this victory because Moru has fulfilled the win condition to just get more than just a tie. But Love Theo, though, he's gonna make it hard for him to pin down here as he tries to make his way towards this structured area. There goes the forward. Kaitian will be going it, following suit, while Love Theo is still gonna try to kite this one out.
Yeah, seems like the way MP Moru is playing is that, you know what, Prospector, if I'm gonna let you out, I'm not gonna chase you, and if I'm gonna ban it, you won't be picking it, so it will be easier for me. And congratulations for MP for winning our round 1. Oh my god. Winning in a crazy fashion, I would say. 2-0 right from the get-go. What highlights do you have to mention, Posh?
We just have to talk about how I do want to highlight the attempt of Bang getting the rescue there, but it's just unfortunate that it's a wax artist. He's not like the Night Watch where he can like attract you away from the chair. He can freeze you right in front of your chair and watch your friend fly off into the distance, right? So it was a tough start, I'd have to say. He kind of, you pointed it out, where he couldn't really find a target and he kind of lost track of them. He was supposed to turn right, but he turned left. He was supposed to zig when he was supposed to zag. I was actually getting a little concerned with Moru, and he was kind of playing it conservatively, but I think the pressure kind of got to ST after that first stuffing of that rescue. And like you also pointed out, the Antiquarian unfortunately went in for an early rescue, but you got to give your flowers to Moru. Just the hard work definitely paying off with that wax artist, Chocho. And yeah, give me your initial thoughts on that match, because we have our winner for this first match.
Yeah, I think definitely good job, well done, of course. There were some areas, of course, for improvement, but I mean, removing all of that, they actually did everything as well as they could. More especially 4 kills consecutively from BO1 to BO2. I would say he's definitely in his tip-top condition today. Today is definitely his day, and I'm excited to see how he's going to perform in this second match. And I think it's going to be a toll onto MP because it's a back-to-back match now. Hey, sorry,
yeah.
Posh.
Oh, thank you, Eli.
Dang.
Oh, sorry. It's
Sorry.
fine. No, I get you. It's all good. I would say that momentum is super important in this game, right? And I would, in the previous IVC, I would say 3 IVCs consecutively, the winner has come from the lower bracket. GH has done it twice. FT did it. And I really think that momentum is on MP's side. Imagine they had an amazing first and second round. They're only confident at this point going into this next match. So GT has to be ready for this one. They're going to hit the ground running. Basically, they're going to be thrown into the deep end of the pool right away. There's no warm-up. We're going to go straight into like round 1, having the best of MP since they're already warmed up. So hopefully we'll see a good fight out of GT going up against MP. But I would also like to give my shout outs and kudos to Team ST. Once again, they made such an amazing showing in IVC. They tried their best here. MP was just a step ahead and a strategy ahead of them, because they completely were able to dominate from bell to bell here from each round half. I think the most that they've done was, it was Kwong to get a tied game. But if you look at it on paper, MP had a really dominant performance up against ST in this match.
Yeah, and I think one thing I would like to mention about ST Survivors is that they actually do a great job rotating in their matches at the start. They do a good job at that, and I really do hope to see them in the future once again, especially Love Theo, I would say. I think speaking on behalf of Eli as well, he does acknowledge this player's Prospector, and it's actually very rare for him to do so, actually.
Well, I think also MP acknowledges that Moru did not want to tango with Love Theo. Unfortunately, he did at the start Acrobat, but in this match, he didn't even see him. Yo, I'll see you at endgame. Don't worry. I'll have detention when I see you, so you'll be fine. So they just had a perfect strategy going up against Team ST. So Hard work definitely paying off for Team MP. They get the victory up against ST in this match. We're not going to see a third round here. So, but we are going to see a back-to-back performance by MP because in our next match, it's going to be MP versus GT.
Yeah, so we're excited for that match. We'll see how that's going to be like. Of course, we do have the introductions for Golden Time GT later on. So, if you guys know the players of GT, do give us some information on them.
Yes.
We do like slightly on the information for, I believe, Mao Vex, Kiz. So these are some of the players for GT, but we'll talk a little bit more about them later on. And I think MP, this is just a test of their stamina, don't you think?
Yeah, for sure. And we got to give our kudos and our congratulations to the best deduction MVP, which is going to go to none other than Moru. He has gotten a flawless performance in his game so far today. Average of 4 eliminations. That's terrifying if you're any Survivor team. So hopefully Team Golden Time will be ready for Moru, his breaking wheel, his wax artist, or whatever hunter he brings to the table, because the man's not pulling back any punches.
Yeah, not pulling back indeed. And Moru, if he's able to kind of play this play like that throughout his entire series in today's matches, it might be a 2-0 once again in the next round, and it might just make it such that the third round, they wouldn't be played at all.
Yeah.
So Moru is very scary. We gotta acknowledge that, and we'll see how GT is gonna perform under such hunter like him.
Yeah. I think I see some people in the chat saying, "Oh, they're gonna Lucille, shout out to you. Maybe they're gonna start banning wax artists at this point." I mean, we just kind of forgot. I think the hunters got the new shiny toy with the Night Watch, but wax artist is still very terrifying. More just reminding us about that, and also reminding us how he's such a terrifying breaking wheel. So hopefully GT is watching closely and taking down notes and figuring out a strategy on the Survivor side to counter Moru, because the man looks unstoppable in today at least. I don't know what he did last night or the preparations he's done, what he had for breakfast, but he's got to keep doing that for him to get a dominant victory.
Yes, eat good, sleep good, and play good. That's the ultimate 3 things that you have to go for every day. Yeah, so of course, I think Moru this time around, he's in tip-top condition like we've mentioned, and I think he's gonna dominate this, honestly. I'm very surprised with MP's performance.
Stop looking past the script. We're only at page 56, dude. Can you? You're spoiling. I'm kidding. I don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, but someone asked as well. ST still plays another team, right? If
they go for it.
You can explain it.
Me? All right.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. So it says in the script here. I'm just gonna read it word for word. If ST has lost this one. Now their fate is under MP and GT's hands. If GT loses this one, the third game will be nullified, because technically, if we're going to go with group stage standings, which I feel like we're going to look in just a bit, MP has beat both of them. So the game between ST and GT is going to be kind of a show match, but I don't think we're going to push through with that since we've already determined a qualifier winner, since it would just be more of a showcase type of match. So if you want to see more of ST, you gotta root for GT, folks.
Yeah, you gotta root for them, and of course, this won't be the end for ST, I hope.
Yes.
Even if things don't work out in the end, there is still other tournaments in the SEA region, official and unofficial ones. Unofficial one, I would say IVA, which is our co-caster Nella Mello being the organizer. So do stay tuned for that. Follow his YouTube channel, his Instagram, his Facebook, and you will get all the information about that. Keep up with the current news, of course.
And keep up with Chocho as well. Like, who's Chocho? Why is that your IG handle? Like, who is Chocho? Who's Chocho?
Don't you think it's interesting?
I think the interesting question is, why is Chocho?
Why is Chocho? What is Chocho?
What is Chocho?
Where?
When is Chocho? Why is Chocho? How is Chocho? But yeah, do follow Chocho on the IG. She definitely posts about any upcoming events in the IDV region. Also follow Identity 5 on every social media platform. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break. When we return, it's going to be more of MP, but they're going up against GT when we come back. So IVA is going to take a break. IVS is going to take a break.
can do it!
I once thought there was only laughter in the castle. Until that monster appeared, growling at me with the face of our father. Simon, can you hear me? Luckily, you can't. And I no longer hear.
Trailing behind the golden candlelight, the avaricious people lay eyes upon the royal coffin. Every inch of this beauty is forged with glory and power. The usurper who embraces glory will one day kneel before glory itself, and both his head and ambition will be crushed. Greed is immolated in flames, and the withered bones devour flesh and blood. Why believe in glory when glory is born of me? And I will be crowned once again.
Who, when, where, what, and why. Nothing escapes the eyes of a reporter.
A tragic haven occurred in the mines, burying the miners deep within. The incident has now claimed 13 deaths, with only one survivor.
Hide here and don't make a sound. Whenever in doubt.
Cursed child! Your family is
All because of her. Whenever trouble strikes. Face it, and it'll all be over. That is what I've always believed.
Hello everyone, this is Eli-O, and welcome to the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2023. Let's take a look at the new changes in the band pick rules of this season. The new band pick rules consist of 8 phases. The sequence and content of each phases are as follows. In this phase, Hunter Faction will permanently ban 2 Survivor characters. In this phase, the number of banned Hunter characters will be automatically adjusted as the tournament progresses. In Game 1, the Survivor Faction cannot ban a Hunter. Every subsequent game, including overtime, the number of Hunter characters that are banned by Survivor Faction is automatically increased by 1. Up to 3 Hunter characters will be banned. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick 2 Survivor characters. Please note, from Game 1 to Game 3, the first 2 Survivor characters selected in this phase will no longer be eligible to use. In this phase, Hunter Faction will ban 1 Survivor character.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with our second match of the day, IVC Asian Cup Day 3. And right now, instead of Posh Buys, we do have Eli O coming into the mix for our casters desk. Eli, how do you feel about today's matches and what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so before I get into that, after I talk about how I feel about these matches,
Okay.
Chocho's going to do the Eli O impression, but we're going to get to that in a moment. Okay, so for now, so for today, we did see a very convincing victory from MP in the first round. I was really thinking that ST was gonna. I mean, it was close, right? It wasn't. They made it really interesting, especially in that second round. The survivors were looking like a secured tie there, and then a little bit of an early rescue from the Antiquarian, a little bit unfortunate, but it was a pretty good match overall, I would say. So we now have another one with MP again. So let's see if they're able to continue the momentum from that first round. And move it into the second round here. So, but anyways, Chocho, go ahead with your impression that you literally just did about 20 seconds before.
Yo, if anybody can clip this and then just match it, right? Okay, match with what? I'm gonna do when he does the band picks, you know, just right before this, like 1 minute before. It was like him selling that band pick system with his advertising voice. Okay, at the start. Hello, everyone. This is Eli O.
That's not what I sound like. That's literally, you just crack your voice.
No, dude. My
voice was
do
higher, but I didn't crack it. You gotta like.
You probably did like 10 tries.
Hello everyone,
honestly.
this is Eli O. Okay, anyways, you have to go up an octave. That's how you have to do it. Okay, anyways, so we're gonna get into our next match here. But yeah, we talked about a little bit how MP with a very impressive. Forgot how to speak words. Impressive performance. In their first match. Again, they're really going to need to they want to hold on that and win right here. So if they win, so for those of you watching, if MP wins right now, they will be they will qualify. They will be the winning team. You can see it is a round robin group standings, right? So right now we have MP currently in first, and now it's going to be up to GT. If GT does not win here, MP will qualify. So GT has to win here to give themselves or ST a chance to make it into the next stage.
And right now, it's looking tough for ST. Of course, a 12 points deficit round point at a -12. That's huge. We'll see how they might possibly come back if GT do win this round against MP. But considering the condition of MP survivors plus the hunter side, which is Moru, it seems like today might end pretty quick, I would say. And looking at this, we do have our player stats. GT, Vex with the Clerk.
Yeah, so Vex, a player we're a little bit unfamiliar with, but we do have overall 48% win rate, 36 for elimination rate, which is actually very high. So that's something to definitely note. While their win rate may be below 50%, of course, as Survivor side admitted, the elimination rate is very, very high. So we talked about this a little bit last stream. The average for elimination rate is around, it depends on where you're getting your statistics from, but it's around 10 to 20% depending on the hunter and depending on what region you're from. But 36% are very high. So I think while Vex may not always, based off of these stats, they may not always consistently secure wins, and they may lose games here and there, but they do have a very high for elimination rate, which would means they're probably going to be a more aggressive hunter. They probably have more of an aggressive play style than some other hunters, just based off of these statistics.
Yeah, so very excited to see how Clerk is going to make use of that Clerk. Vex is going to make use of the Clerk to go against MP survivors and possibly kind of making them lose their current win streak that they're having since the first round. Yeah, like you mentioned, we don't have a lot of stats on Vex, but some of the members are looking slightly more familiar. Definitely certain known names. And now moving on to Noob. I'm not sure this Noob, whether it's the same, the guy Noob game. I'm not sure, but
Noob
it's
who?
very Noob game. Not familiar at all? No, not triggering anything?
Oh,
okay.
oh, you're tour merchant? Noob?
Noob.
Just kidding.
So mean. just kidding. I mean, Eli and I were just, we joke around all the time. I literally call him a cup, like this afternoon.
Or call me a cup. I don't even know what that means. Just like we'll just call me a cup. Like what? I don't even understand. Like, anyways, continue. Sorry.
Okay, so Noob. If this is the Noob game that I know, yeah, he definitely does have that seer. I think he probably reached S or maybe at A if it's that same person, I know. But looking at the stats itself, 66.71 containment time. Eli, I think we have to agree that it's not very high, right?
Yeah, slightly lower than average, but definitely a high escape rate. So they do manage to evade the hunter's attention for enough time to escape out that exit gate. 40%, a little bit lower on the win rate as well, but high decoding progress here. So I would say this player is most likely pushing ciphers and decoding, probably playing support characters that prioritize decoding and support rather than kiting. It looks like we are going to have SHR as well on the side of GT. With a 50%, this looks like this will be the rescuer player. We have 34% win rate, 50% escape rate, 71 seconds of containment time. Again, slightly lower from this player as well, but most likely, again, going to be a potential rescuer player.
Yeah, and if this is the same person that I kind of researched, I tried to find this person somewhere. I found a similar name, SHR, as well at A team in IVA. So if this is the same person, then this person did play the prisoner previously. So it seems like instead he will be taking on the rescuer role for GT, like you've mentioned. It's kind of giving Zhao Kan having to pick a rescuer role when he can actually play a lot of kiting characters, don't you think?
Yeah, very similar for sure. But yeah, maybe we'll see them on some kiting characters as well. It could be one of those situations where you definitely want to mix it up. Maybe you have someone that's going to go forward. You want to put your rescuer on some kiting character. That is definitely a possibility. But yeah, that is SHR from GT. But yeah, I guess 0.61 rescues is slightly lower as well. So maybe I would imagine they do play other characters as well besides rescuer, because typically a rescuer is going to have at least one rescue per game at least, right? So I would say that definitely this player has some versatility in their back pocket. We'll see if they're able to implement that into today's gameplay.
Yeah, I'm excited to see whether that's going to be the case. And now Kids Chan. I think I might have seen this player somewhere. I'm not sure, honestly. We've always been saying try not to change your name too often. Stick with the same name. If you're gonna be Eli O, be Eli O all the way throughout in IDV. Why are you smiling?
Nothing.
You good? You good? Okay.
I'm good, bro.
Okay. Decoding of 134.4. So definitely she does do her homework. I mean, Cypher Rush is the name of this game. You just gotta keep decoding, and that's her job basically as the little girl. Not to give that support, but to do those decoding. And Eli, I just want to chime in from the chat. Someone which is Reen says, I'm excited to hear Chocho's impression. So we're just gonna drift off a little bit. Do you have an impression of me, or do you need some time to get ready? Need some time?
Yeah, I gotta think about it.
Okay, I'll let you think about it. I think the chat is definitely excited to hear what kind of impression you would have. But moving on back into our player stats, Mao from GT, we see the Barmaid. So it's interesting. This team is we saw a little girl, we see a Barmaid, we see a seer, and then a rescuer role. So it seems like this team has been formed by finding out what kind of role they are kind of lacking in. So when they're kind of lacking in rescuer, they will find someone. And in this case, we do have Mama with the support / kiter role of that Barmaid. Eli, in this current meta, what do you think Barmaid? Do you think Barmaid is still workable?
Yeah, so Barmaid's really for specific hunters. Obviously, it's not as good against Night Watch, right? Against in the previous meta, where Clerk and Dream Witch were the two most popular hunters, this character is very good because obviously against Dream Witch, it's very strong. You just use your drink ability after you take a hit. It's hard for them to use the patroller and get another hit on you within 20 seconds. With Clerk as well, Clerk has a hard time catching up within 20 seconds and getting the second hit. So, Barmaid's very good for those sort of situations. However, now when you have characters such as Night Watch being so prominent in today's meta, it's not quite as good because Night Watch is one of those hunters that can get quick downs, right? After you get the first hit, you can just use the wind ability. If you have insolence, you can dash and catch up right away. And it's very difficult for Barmaid to kite 20, especially if they have blink. It's very difficult for a Barmaid to kite 20 seconds and go uncontested during that time. So I think that's something you have to definitely consider with your band selections here if you're GT. But 102 seconds of containment time is definitely quite high. So now we're gonna get into MP. So we do have MP Nguyen here. 36% win rate is definitely a little bit lower. Don't we have Moru as well, or is that?
I guess this time around they're gonna let Moru rest for this round and let.
Yeah. looks like that's going to be the case here. Yeah, four elimination rate, about 21%. Eliminations of 2.2, which is pretty slightly above average. Looks like, yeah, we do have confirmation that Nguyen is going to be the one starting for this match. And yeah, so it's going to be Nguyen here instead of Moro.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this Bonbon is gonna turn the tides around, and also what kind of skins as well. Monokuma has been my current favorite since yesterday, honestly. Since yesterday, I just started liking Monokuma. So yeah, excited to see how this Bonbon is gonna perform and whether MP have the map selection to pick a Bonbon sided or Bonbon advantageous map for their team for New Game. How do you pronounce that?
Nguyen.
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 100% sure.
You know, I have a Vietnamese friend back home with that last name. I think it's spelled the same way, and that's how they pronounced it. That could be the American way of pronouncing it. I don't know, but that's what I've been told. I could definitely be wrong, but that's what I think. I think it's
okay. So 21.1% for elimination rate, Eli. I need your thoughts on this.
Yeah, so definitely pretty good, but obviously a lot lower than the other side that we saw from the GG's Hunter. So I think that you know, characters such as Bonbon, they're not going to eliminate 4 survivors as often, right? It's a tie hunter, right? If you're leading with Bonbon, you know, if you're playing these tie hunters, characters like Bonbon, characters like you know, like Bloody Queen or Geisha, if that happens to come out, you're not going to win games, especially 4 eliminate games, as often as you would with characters like Nightwatch or Dream Witch, right? So that's something you definitely have to consider, especially with this possible Bonbon selection from Nguyen. Obviously, that is listed as their main character from what we know.
Yeah, so you know, we are excited for how MP's Hunter is going to perform. We always see Moru kind of being on the front lines, being that main hunter for their team. So with this new addition of this hunter, I wonder how he's going to perform under certain pressures like a competitive tournament like IVS. So now moving on to LC, we have his introductions already with the Prospector. He did play the I need to recall. Brain is not braining. Your English is not Englishing.
Yeah. So anyways, LC is a very strong kiting player from NP from the Vietnam region. We've seen LC on this team for quite some time. So actually, LC was mistaken. I think LC had mentioned about retiring after most previous co, but it's actually still here with MP, which is very good for MP. Again, very strong survivor player. As you can see, it definitely shows boasting a 96 seconds of containment time, which is very high, especially for just a standard kiting player. We also have MP banned here, 40% win rate, 44% escape rate, and 95 seconds of containment time. Again, very impressive. They are listed as batter here, so 0.92 rescues, so probably playing rescuer or harassment characters. So we should definitely expect to see this come out in today's match, and ban another very impressive containment time. Anytime your containment time is that high, especially in the 90s when it comes to seconds, that is extremely high, well above the average. So definitely very impressive.
Yeah, I'm excited to see whether Ben is going to pick the better, because in the first round of today, we did not see that happen. MP has been picking one of the more common picks, more orthodox picks, coming in when they went against ST in the ST, but now going against GT, will they let this be an option for the survivor side? I'm excited to see whether it's going to be the case. And of course, Ben did play the little girl in IVC 2023, went against Meow Pies, Geisha, and Moonlit River Park, if you remember, and did not achieve max success with the little girl. I think IVC itself, the little girl hasn't really been seen.
Not very successful.
Yeah. So we'll see whether they're gonna go for that again, or allow Ben to pick more common characters, and then maybe comes to later rounds like BO2 and 3. Pick the better for that harassment. And now moving on to Rai.
Yeah, Rise. Rai with 1.12 rescues, immediately indicating the main rescuer of the team here. 75 seconds of containment time, and escape rate of 52, slightly lower for a rescuer, but definitely not too shabby. But yeah, 1.12 rescues. Of course, will most likely see this player playing rescue characters listed here as first officer. I'd imagine probably something like Mercenary would come out here as well. So that's something to consider. But yeah, only 33% win rate is obviously a little bit lower here, but with a pretty high rescue rate here, I definitely would expect some stable rescues from this individual.
Yeah, I think we have high expectations for him, but I just kind of had a glance on the live chat. People, you guys are so cute. Like, I mean, thank you guys so much for like helping us, or me at least, to pronounce the name. But you guys have so many pronunciations to like even begin with. So
yeah, so I was
actually
closer.
follow. Okay, I'm
closer
just
than
gonna follow
Jojo.
Eli. Oh, Eli. Oh, okay, can you just repeat that one more time?
Well, people say like Nguyen.
Nguyen.
Yeah, new. Never mind.
And you?
I'll just do it.
And you?
It's yeah, like NU Yen.
NU
Yen. Think about it that way.
New Yen.
Yeah. There you go.
I'm so sorry. I love all these players. They are amazing. I want to pronounce their names 100% accurate all the time, but I think now I'm at the last place when it comes to pronunciation of all the casters. So now moving on to Shiru. We did see his toy merchant at Chinatown. However, we didn't see a lot of support coming in because Kwong was actually just destroying all the catapults. This time round though, hopefully he'll achieve more success with the toy merchant.
Yeah, and we do see 107 seconds of containment time. This is extremely high, so definitely expecting a lot here from Zero. Escape rate of 60% for a non-rescuer player. That is really impressive. Obviously listed as here. Rescue's around 0.74, so maybe we'll see them play rescue or have to go for rescue at some point. But considering that they do play kiting characters as well, 107 seconds of containment time is extremely high. 65% win rate, 60% escape rate. That is well above every average for all these categories.
Yeah, so we'll see how she was gonna perform once again. And hopefully this time there won't be any miscommunication and they won't die at each other's ciphers back and forth. Definitely communication, able to focus in the match, having the right discipline and so adaptability is extremely important for these Survivor players as a team itself. Synergy is important. So let's see how they're gonna be playing, and we'll see who will cook each other, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
sorry.
Okay. Anyways, yeah. So it's definitely gonna be again. It does come down to this match. MP could easily just solidify their spot right here if they're able to get a victory in this round. So GT definitely wants to give themselves a chance. They want to maybe, I mean, they probably don't want to give any of the other teams a chance, but they definitely want to try to win 2 rounds right here. Again, it's the first team to get to 2-0 essentially, and MP is really trying to do that right now. So let's see what's going to happen. Definitely very exciting. A lot on the table here. I think going to this matchup, just because we know MP has that tournament experience, I think if anything, they're going to be more likely to be favored here. They're well prepared for a tournament setting. They've been in this situation before. I don't think they're going to be quite as nervous potentially as GT, but who knows? Again, anything is on the table here. GT could easily surprise us. Yeah, MP definitely has this experience that they bring to this match.
Yeah, I mean, MP of course have the wealth of experience, more of that actually compared to Golden Time. Hopefully Golden Time able to, the pressure, they're able to kind of hold on to that and perform even better, honestly. And we're looking at map selections coming in soon. Ever Slipping Town, it was their opponent's map selection for ST in the first round, but it happened to be a blessing in disguise with that 8-1 lead that MP had at the start. So coming into this, if MP does have the map selection, what do you think GT should be banning?
It's really, again, we're not too sure on GT's overall their hunter pool there. We also don't know too much about Nguyen's hunter pool as well. So this was both sort of a bit of a mystery for both of us. Both players were indicated as was it Bonbon? No, it was Clerk and it was Bonbon. So correct. I guess if thinking about those two characters in particular, if you look at both sides, for a character like Bonbon, definitely a smaller map would be very good, something like Arms Factory, Red Church, but that also works for Clerk. I think a lot of both of those hunters are going to be successful on both of those maps. So something you can do is you go a large map like Moonlit River Park, which isn't necessarily good for either, but it's definitely better for Bonbon than it would be for Clerk, in that Bonbon can easily tie on Moonlit, because it's sometimes difficult to rescue because you have to travel across the entire map to make a rescue on a large map like Moonlit. And then on top of that, Bonbon has very good camping abilities, right? So Bonbon
Yeah.
can easily secure ties on Moonlit, whereas something like Clerk is going to struggle because Clerk cannot deal with the roller coaster. And that could be the biggest factor for sure.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about Clerk and MP has actually managed to play around with the Clerk at Moonlight River Park before. I mean, they can definitely do that once again. We'll see how's that gonna be. And it will be the BO1 first half between GT as well as MP. For now, we're still waiting for the maps ban as well as selection. And of course, we're excited to see how Nguyen is gonna perform coming into our BO1, of course.
Yep.
So we have to wait and see. And for now, someone was asking in the chat as well, Eli, Mary, why is no one playing Mary that often now?
Bloody Queen, yeah. So Bloody Queen's still a pretty good hunter. I think most people just want to play more aggressive at this point. And Bloody Queen's not a very aggressive hunter, very conservative. So I think we've seen a lot of players try to go for more aggressive play styles and play hunters that can give them more the higher probability of getting a win rather than a tie. Also, Bloody Queen was very famous for being the tie queen, right? The very consistent tie hunter. But now Nightwatch has not only taken that role, Nightwatch is extremely consistent for securing at least a tie, and additionally, Nightwatch has a lot more win potential than the Bloody Queen. So that's why Nightwatch has really sort of taken over and becoming a lot more popular. It looks like we do have Leo's Memory first, which is very interesting. MP opting to ban Sacred, pretty standard ban as any team. You don't really want to have to play on that map, so they're just going to go ahead and eliminate that. Yeah, but GT leading Leo's is a little bit interesting. Definitely not too good for Clerk, also not too good for Bonbon, so it could be that the GT Hunter has something that we are unaware of that they might bring to the table here.
Yeah, so we'll see how that's gonna be. But for now, it seems like MP is kind of losing luck. They're always losing their coin toss. In the first round, it was ST also with the first map selection, and now it's GT. So we'll see how this is gonna be favored towards GT in BO1. Leo's Memory, any possible character selections. Personally, I would want to see a Kurt Explorer.
Why?
Cause
I have a lucky guy one, but I don't know where I put it. I think it's in my room somewhere. I think he's chilling in my room.
Oh, you brought it over?
Yeah, I brought it. What, you think I'm just gonna leave it at home? Like, what?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know if you're gonna go back. So, I mean, how long are you gonna stay here, right? I mean, you're here for university, right?
Yeah, so that's 4 years. So.
Oh, this is like their favorite post every time, right? Even like IVC.
I don't actually know what it stands. What does it even stand for? Like
4 kill, 4 escape.
Oh. Couldn't you do 5?
You know your
it's like 5
sense,
points.
right?
What do you do? Like 5 points? Yeah, I know my ER sense.
You want to high five someone?
No. Anyways, yeah. So Leo's Memory. So another thing to consider as well is that this is also one of those maps in which you want to prioritize certain survivors, although it's very weird because we've seen a lot of these teams pick Leos and then not use those survivors. So I'm not really sure what's going on there, but essentially Leo's Memory is very good for Toy Merchant and Patient because you can use the catapult to get yourself into 2-story. Patient can hook up the stairs to get into 2-story. So there's many ways in which these characters are very successful on this map, right? And so it's very interesting that we see some teams do this. They pick this map and they don't really pick these characters, but I would imagine GT probably has some sort of strategy to utilize those, that selection of potential characters here.
Yeah, we'll see whether that's going to be the case. And for now, things seems to be kind of slow. The players themselves wants to have the best kind of condition, the best internet connection when it comes to playing against each other. Definitely don't look down on any of your players. Sometimes they might bring something surprising. Even Dong Xuan, when it comes to COA 6, he played the Evil Reptilian at Leo's Memory. So it really comes to show that nothing is impossible. And of course, there's a huge hunter selection, huge server selection as well. We'll see how they're going to make use of that and get that win for their team.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I noticed there was some people talking about where's Eli's cosplay. I don't really know who said anything about Eli's cosplay.
We did.
Oh.
I'm just going to confess, Posh and I, we did. In the first round, I said...
So you lied to them. Okay.
I said that Eli...
Hey, everyone, write this down.
cosplay
Chocho
Sierra,
lied to
Eli.
everyone.
I
Chocho
didn't
lied
lie.
to everyone.
It's a statement that
it
was official already.
Inaccurate. It is an inaccurate statement.
Oh, okay, so now, I mean, speaking about things that we talked about, impressions.
Okay, we're gonna take note of this. What is the time on the stream? I actually don't
What
know.
is?
I'm gonna go back and look at it later.
You can look at it later, yeah.
It is approximately 4:10 p.m. in which Chocho lied to all of you in the chat. It is actually, that is, now you know the truth. Okay. Anyways.
Man is dressed as himself. He is the Eli.
Yeah. I cosplayed. Yeah. As myself.
Masuf. Ayo, impressions. Come on. You can do me. You can do Nell. Posh. Come on.
Apparently, everybody seems to think that I sound like Poch, and Poch sounds like me. I don't know how that happened. But people, there's been plenty of people who are like, when I close my eyes, I can't tell Poch or Eli is talking. I don't even know how that happened.
I don't know how to.
I'm pretty sure Poch and I don't sound the same, but maybe, yeah.
You have no impression still? You're still thinking about it?
No. Well, my Poch impression apparently is just me talking normally, so.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Okay. All right. All right. We'll see how that's gonna be, and we'll see how this wealth of experience that MP has is gonna go against GT when it comes to their own at GT sites map selection. Leo's memory. Hopefully, we do see the toy merchant and patient like you've mentioned. If they do work together with that catapult jump and then using of the hooks to hook in the factory to get out and then jump back in, it's gonna be a huge headache for the hunter. Do respect that catapult can be quite a headache, so do destroy that, hunters. Please destroy that. If not, as a toy merchant me myself, I'm just gonna keep setting them up, or just the server's just gonna keep using it, of course, especially in a 4-man. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. So wouldn't you be the one to talk about toy merchant though? Isn't that your specialty when it comes to
me? I should talk about toy merchant.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. I'll just talk about Toy Merchant, even though I'm holding on to a Kurt plush. I don't think they have the Toy Merchant plush yet, so.
No, you're gonna analyze the Toy Merchant. Go.
Leo's memory catapult, not much for Toy Merchant, honestly. But there is that setup, like you've mentioned, many tournaments ago. I mean, you always say that, but. There is this thing at the water tank area, at the moon gate area, where you can set out your catapult and your servers can jump and you'll be all the way up there. The only counter I would say to that is probably like Geisha flying outwards and dashing through you. Like there's going to be a huge speed up there. But Eli, you play a lot more hunters than I do. What do you think could be other hunters that wouldn't be so affected by Toy Merchant's catapult setup?
Okay, yeah. So so getting into that, I guess I would say obviously, characters such... Okay, well, if you want to be exactly precise, a character that directly counters that I would never personally play, but does actually counter it, is Evil Reptilian. So, technically, if you... Which is not a good hunter to play. I'm not saying that you guys should play it. It's not good. I'm just saying that... it does actually counter Toy Merchant. But if you wanted to be more specific when it comes to meta hunters, absolutely Geisha would be one of those characters. Nightwatch is actually pretty good in that he's very fast. He has a lot of mobility. If you already have presence, it's very easy to just catch up to the merchant. Even if they jump into the factory up the stairs, you can still just dash up the stairs and you can catch up really quickly. And then you can jump the window and you're already caught up. And there's really not much that they can do to make distance between you and the hunter at that point because of how fast Nightwatch is. So that's definitely something you have to think about it as well. Dreamwitch is pretty good because you just walk with the main body as patroller. But against characters like Clerk and Bonbon, they're gonna have a hard time dealing with that potential Toy Merchant strategy.
Yeah, that could be true. We'll see how that's gonna be. And you know what? Speaking about survivors wise, Eli, I just have a quick question about this. Do you think ever in the history of IDV that Novelist, this character, will not be banned anymore and this allows survivors to play them in official tournaments? Do you think it's possible?
Novelist? Novelist is very situational, so it really comes down to the only instance in which Novelist is kiting is actually not too good, right? Because if you control the hunter, they're just going to control the survivor and move back after you, so you don't really gain any distance. Whereas gaining distance in this meta is like the biggest thing, right? But something Novelist can do is Novelist can be very good at supporting rescues, because when you rescue a survivor and then you control the hunter right after they get rescued, and then they can make a bunch of distance, you drag the hunter away, and then the person can rebound kite easily. So it looks like we do have looks like we do have information about what's happening. Looks like GTSHR is currently missing, so
wow.
yeah, so we have if they don't show up, it will result in a 5-0 for the first half of the first round in favor of MP. So I think we have about 2 more minutes to, it looks like, yeah, 2 more minutes. They must show up in the next 2 minutes. There also will be a 5-0 for the first half. So that's definitely something to note here, but we will see that in a minute. According to Nell, if Chocho had a British accent, she would sound like Hermione.
Hermione.
So
Hermione. No offense to every British out there. You guys are amazing. I love every single race. I just want to say that first before I just say something. I mean Eli's American, and you know what? We good.
What? What's wrong
we
with
good,
that?
girl. We good, girl.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Also, I call Eli, like, behind the scenes. I do call Eli girly. So
Yeah.
I call him Cup this afternoon. So anything's possible.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna start my British impression. I like a bottle of water. But I know they didn't call it water.
Water. They actually pronounce the T. I think people like don't realize.
Oh, water.
Most British. No. Okay, that's a meme. Most British people actually pronounce the T like T, like water, bottle of water. Like if you actually talk to if you talk to a real British person, they actually pronounce the T. So you have to. That's more of a meme. I think it's just like very few British people actually don't pronounce the T. I think most of actually do pronounce the T. If I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Well, at least the ones that I've talked to pronounce the T, the T sounds. But I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So, you know what? This is just gonna be. I'm just gonna be honest with you guys. I think the person with the best containment time definitely has to be the caster desk. Honestly, I mean, this is it.
Yeah.
This is it. we are just gonna be waiting for one of the members from GT while he or she could be on the way back, or maybe there could be some internet connection issues coming back from school. That's very typical for you and I, since we're studying our universities now. So suddenly, what is the chat like? Amen indeed. Something from Manny. What the heck is going on? Amen.
Yeah,
indeed.
we have to kite a long time when commentating. Yeah, we have to kite longer than I do in my ranked matches.
Yeah.
I mean, I kite for a long time, so imagine how long that's even longer.
He kites long in rank, but he doesn't kite long in custom when he's 1v1ing with me as a hunter.
I was being nice. I was letting you not be sad. So
I wasn't set in the first place. What do you mean?
no, but you're gonna be sad if I kited. So.
Oh, so you say you could
being,
clap me with your survivor skills? Is that what you mean?
I was being nice. Yeah.
You're
being nice.
Eli
I was in a good
Mr.
mood
Mean
that day.
today, especially when I'm having Mr. Kurt with me.
Mr. Kurt.
Yeah. Chocho hasn't stopped smiling for the past 5 minutes by NTT. I won't smile then. I won't smile.
No, they're saying it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing.
Is that...
Wait, let me say the Explorer again. I think he needs to. Oh, he's like.
Is it because the hair?
Shave. Yeah, I need to shave. Look at me. I need to shave too. We're on the same track. We're on the same.
You can't compare yourself to my Kurt, bro.
Okay, I know.
Kurt
I'm
is
just
perfect.
saying. Okay. Anyways, I'm just saying we both need to shave.
Okay. Anyways, yeah, you should shave definitely. I mean, you just showered, right? So,
I didn't have time. So.
Yeah, you had enough time, but your hair
Today
was
I'm
like...
looking. Okay, it's basically like this. If I shave, then I look younger. If I don't shave, then I look older. So right now, how old do I look? Go. How old do I look?
Good.
That's not a number. Okay, never mind.
Oh yeah, I think asking me to rate.
Yes.
Okay, instead of me rating, I say good, but chat rate Eli, I guess. He wants to be
how old do I look?
so...
How old do I look today versus how old did I look last week? That's what. Or how old did I look on Friday? Or last week? I don't know.
Last week you probably look older, honestly, because of all you were looking all.
That's because you saw me in person. That doesn't count. That's different.
So you're saying you look different on camera and in real life?
Yes. Because on camera, apparently I look short. People think I look short on camera. I've been told that I give short energy vibes on camera.
But
when I tell people short people energy vibes, I don't know. But then when people actually when I tell people that when I tell people I'm 6'2", which is like 187 centimeters, people are like, no way, you have short people vibes or something. And I was just like, what does that even mean? But I don't know.
I'm glad that Eli didn't really tease me about me being short when
Only
we
like
met
twice.
in real life. You did?
Yeah. No, I actually don't think I did. I'm a nice person.
Okay. Sure. I mean, okay, yeah, Eli was actually fantastic. I mean, when I met him in Thailand, he actually brought me around the mall first, and then he was being super like. I mean, we got cut queue when we were trying to buy the thing for the train. We're trying to travel to Icon Siam, and then we got cut queue at the front. Remember when we were trying to buy the
what?
ticket thing for the train? Remember we got cut.
Oh, the dude cut us.
Yeah, bro.
The dude cut us. It's fine.
Yeah,
he was
but
in
we
a
didn't
rush.
argue.
I think he was in a rush. We were just chilling, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, so it's fine. Other than the fact that it was slightly hot though, I mean I had my fan, so it was still fine.
Yeah, it's Thailand. What do you expect? Like,
I mean, I guess I was expecting that. I mean, since I live in Singapore, right? I mean, it's actually similar weather, just that Thailand is hotter. The food, but those few days that I was there, it was actually quite cooling. It wasn't too bad. So.
Yeah, it was actually not as hot as usual. Surprisingly.
Yeah, and one thing that my parents were there as well. One thing my parents said about the food there is it's spicy. The salad, especially, for some reason.
Papaya salad.
Yeah. Do you find it spicy? You have good spice tolerance, though.
It's fine for me. But
it's fine for you.
I know. Surprisingly, the American person actually has a high spice tolerance. Isn't that crazy? Who would have thought? Yeah, but it's true.
I heard that Thai. Okay, not Thai, but I heard Americans do not hold their spice tolerance well.
Yeah,
but I guess you're built different.
I'm just built different. Yeah, you're right.
I guess I just gave you a compliment out of like nowhere, and you just took it.
It does look like we have information on our match. Looks like GT will receive a penalty, 5-0 in favor of MP here because their player did not. Unfortunately, the player did not show up on time. So GT is going to receive a penalty. It's going to be MP winning the first half of the first round by a score of 5-0. So MP definitely, I'm sure they'll take that an early lead here. So that means the GT Hunter will have a lot more pressure than they might have actually had, and so this is going to be a bit difficult for them for sure. Their Hunter, obviously, they were. This is Leo's Memory. This is not a very good map for hunters, right? And so now you have to get a 4-kill on Leo's. Definitely not too easy. Looks like a what is this? People are saying.
I see the word bald. Is this? Are you talking about you being bald?
No. It's my grandfather. My grandfather still has hair, a lot of hair. So I likely have good genes. I think. A lot of people say I look like 25 with. Okay, so I look 25 now.
30.
And then yeah, I don't know. That's
45. I'm sorry,
that's excessive.
You guys.
And then last week. So this week to last week. So 25 now. And then what about last week? How do I give Short King energy? I'm literally 6'2", bro. What? Okay. Anyways, so now we are gonna have a 5-0 lead for MP, right? Which means the GT Hunter is gonna go here. They do have to get a 4-kill in Leo's, which is not easy. Now they do have potential Clerk as an option, in which we know that is a high kill hunter and does have a good probability of getting a 4-kill in comparison to some other hunters, right? So that's definitely something to note. Also, we saw their 4 elimination rate was actually very high. I think it was 36%, something like that. So very well above the average. So definitely a pretty decent chance this hunter could potentially tie things up for GT. But again, it's never ideal to be on the back foot this early on in a match.
Yeah. So more rules wise, I mean, of course, in your opponent's map selection with this 5-0 lead at the start, they just need a 1-kill to actually just continue this win streak that they have since their first round against ST. So let's see how is it gonna be. And of course, Moru's side, he wants to probably trying to continue his 4-kill win streak. So talking about possibilities wise, Night Watch, do you think it's possible at Leo's Memory?
Yeah, I mean, Night Watch is pretty good. We've seen this a few times from some other teams as well. So Night Watch is pretty good in that. In fact, Night Watch doesn't get factory looped as much as some other hunters would because you can catch up very easily using the dash. You can jump the window upstairs and catch up very quickly. So Night Watch has a lot of ways to sort of play around factory loop. Not only can you jump the window upstairs, you can jump the windows downstairs, you can jump the pallet downstairs. So Night Watch has plenty of ways to play around factory loop. So Night Watch is definitely a strong hunter for this map. So that's definitely something we could expect to see here. Yeah, again, Clerk, not quite as good. Clerk can get factory loop, but still, Clerk a very good hunter if you need to go for a 4-kill, which in this case, that's what you have to go for as the hunter side.
So let's see how is it gonna be. How G sorry, if it's MP if GT sure is the survivor side of for GT, so that means that Moru wouldn't be playing. It will be Vex.
Yeah.
So
Well, Nguyen would be playing. We have
oh sorry, yeah.
the other hunter, yeah.
Nguyen,
But it is going to be
yeah.
Vex here, who is going to be leading things off for GT. And now that you're down like 5-0, it's really tough, right? You know, you have to come back and sort of make a comeback here. You know, if they have to turn this around, right? GT has to have that mindset. You know, when we fall, we know how to land, right? You're able to turn yourselves back from being in a bad situation, from falling. You're able to land on your feet and turn things back into your favor. So that has to be the idea here, definitely for GT.
Yeah, and with this Embalmer pick coming into play, Eli, it seems like they have a certain plan of not wanting to give a single chance for Vex to possibly come back with a 4K. Embalmer at Leo's memory specifically, how do you think it's gonna fare, and what other possible picks can the survivor pick?
Yeah, so Embalmer is very good on Leos in that you can spawn in the factory, right? You can set up your coffin in the upstairs 2-story area. And so if you do go down as the Embalmer, you can just coffin yourself to the upstairs 2-story, and then you can use that factory area to kite. And especially considering that MP only needs to get one survivor out the gate here to take a win for this round. Embalmer is a very good character for getting at least one out the exit gate. Looks like we're going to see Antiquarian as well, as this is, of course, still available, and it wasn't banned just yet. Vex does have to ban Mercenary. Again, Mercenary is very stable. You don't want to give the survivors a lot of stability when you have to 4-kill, so getting rid of that is kind of a must at this point in time, but it does open up the Antiquarian, which is, you know, really not ideal for this hunter, especially if they're going to try to lead Clerk here. Already this team composition is quite effective against Clerk. Psychologist can take many hits. The Antiquarian can not only support, but can also kite very well against Clerk. And considering that Vex will probably ban Officer here, Mercenary is already banned, we'll most likely see some other sort of rescuer in which you wouldn't be able to chase anyways. So you are going to be left with chasing the Antiquarian, Psychologist, or Embalmer. Again, none of those are too strong in that Psychologist. Just going to take 3 hits, takes a long time to get down anyways. Antiquarian's a good kiter and supporter in general, and then the Embalmer, they do go down, they get to spawn themselves right back into that really strong kiting area inside the factory.
Yeah, 100% have to agree with you on that. You know, I was actually kind of thinking maybe Wilding might have been a possible selection for MP side, but I guess they're deciding to go for a more stable GK rescuer coming in. So we do have this lineup right now with the 4 of them. Definitely there is the support, there is the harassment, there is the kite, there is even a healer like a psychologist doing that Wi-Fi heal coming into Leo's memory map in the second half of our match. Let's see how is it gonna be, and this team comp against a Cluck. Vex might struggle, right? Don't you think, Eli? Eli, you okay?
Oh yeah, I'm just trying to fix the lighting. Okay, anyways,
okay.
So, yeah, I mean, if he does try to go Clerk, I definitely think if he does have something like Night Watch, it would be a lot better here. Night Watch, of course, is going to deal with Factory a lot easier than a Clerk would, especially when you have to deal with that Embalmer, right? So, that would make a lot more sense. Is going to go Clerk, so pretty anti-Clerk team comp. Now, they don't have Mercenary, they don't have Officer, which means that this Gravekeeper is not going to be able to rescue twice off of the Clerk, whereas one of these other rescuers could actually do that. I think I would have liked to see maybe MP pick the Officer a little bit earlier, as Gravekeeper is nowhere near as stable as either of those two characters, but it is going to be, with Gravekeeper here, it's going to be the rescuer, so definitely not quite as strong, but we'll see how it does work out here for them. But overall, yeah, this is a really hard comp for Clerk, and especially considering these survivors are expecting a Clerk here. I would imagine we're going to have a lot of broken windows, probably 3 broken windows. I would imagine Embalmer probably has no borrowed time. We're going to have Flywheel unbroken from them, broken windows from Antiquarian and Psychologist, maybe Flywheel from Anti, but most likely broken, and then Clerk, Gravekeeper, obviously with Ty Turner.
Yeah, so we'll be heading into our spawn location, so we'll see whether the personas that Eli has predicted is correct. And Embalmer will be spawned at the center. Gravekeeper is furthest away from the Clerk. Antiquarian at the shack, as well as Psychologist at the factory area. So Eli, you know, we do see the spawn locations right now. Any possible first chase and any possibles, you shouldn't, like, this survivor shouldn't be chased at all.
So Embalmer spawning here is interesting. I think the idea is that when you spawn in this middle area, you can immediately rotate up the stairs, because you spawn near the stairs. So you can run upstairs, put the coffin there. So I think that's probably the idea with this. And then as for chase targets, you probably want to chase the embalmer first. Looks like we are going to have... oh, wow. Look at that. Eli O was correct. That's crazy.
100% correct.
Yes, sir.
Yep, so they're definitely geared up for this, Eli, and we'll see how their performance is going to be, considering that they do know that they will be facing a clerk. They have made the necessary preparations for that as well. This will be the BO1 second half, GT's Hunters Vex going against MP Survivors. This will be your caster Chocho as well as Eli O, bringing you the live commentary of our second match of the day.
Alright, so it looks like we're going to have the clerk. He's going to go straight for, I think that's the embalmer first. No, actually he's going to leave the embalmer. Interesting. I would have expected him to go embalmer chase first, but I guess you could actually go gravekeeper first. And this is why not having officer or mercenary is going to backfire a little bit here. I actually think a wildling could have been even better. Gravekeeper can shovel, but clerk's going to knock them out of shovel right away. And this also feeds present, so clerk can get up to that present, start blocking ciphers early on here. And did get a pallet recording. So if we do see the drop here, they can just pick it right back up. Beautiful job from Vex. Very early hit here. He is going to have the shovel back shortly, but it's really not ideal. So maybe, yeah, I think Wildling could have been a little better here for MP, but looks like we're going to have the Antiquarian in the area. Will they go for support or not? Looks like no. They're actually just going to let the Clerk continue after the Gravekeeper here. Back into shovel to make more distance, but already Clerk has that first presence. So if they want to start blocking Cypher Machines, they could definitely do so pretty soon.
So right now, Cypher progress actually not too fast, but also actually not too bad. All of them at 50% each. And now Rai will try to kite this out, and the basement is here, Eli. He needs to make sure that if he downs, he shouldn't be here.
Yeah, we do have the Antiquarian coming in for the support here. Goes for the hit onto the Antiquarian. So a big misstep, unfortunately, for the Antiquarian. Not able to get the stun there, and a free hit right away here. So now injured Antiquarian and injured Gravekeeper, so they have no one that can really rescue. It looks like we're going to say Psychologist actually will heal up the Antiquarian, but Gravekeeper does not have much to work with. We're going to see a blink to secure the down onto the Gravekeeper, and just like that, you know, we already have one Cypher about to be done here, but not a whole lot of Cypher progress for going against a Clerk. This is where Clerk can get a bit scary. The Cypher pressure is going to start to come into play here, and it's going to be a bit of a challenge for the MP Survivors to get through all 5 Cyphers.
Yeah, I mean, you've always talked about how important it is before the first down that 3 ciphers are popped. Right now, only 2.5. And Shiru, as well as I think the Embalmer might become, sorry, Psychologist, I think at the bottom left, will be coming for this rescue, I believe. Or no, I think Antiquarian will be here alone for this rescue. Successfully done though, and right now the harassment does happen.
Yeah, and we're going to see, does get 1 stun there, and is going to slow the Clerk down a little bit here. Does get the pallet block onto the Gravekeeper, and there's no Tide Turner because Gravekeeper is the only character with Tide Turner. And even if they use the coffin here, Clerk is already here. They already know where the coffin is. I mean, it's obviously going to be in factory. Will they go ahead and use it here? Looks like that is going to be the case, but it doesn't matter. Vex can easily just go up the stairs, start going after this coffin is Survivor, and block off Cypher Machines as well. And there's really not many places Rai can go to. He's going to be able to make it to the downstairs window, but that's about it at this point. Looks like actually the pallet is there. He's going to go ahead and try to get a recording. I don't think Vex has a pallet break, so he is going to have to break this himself. So I guess it does give Rai a little bit of potential to kite here, but not a lot of Cypher progress at all here.
Yeah, so this is looking slightly advantageous for Vex at this point in time. Let's see how he's going to capitalize on that at this point in time. Rai is still trying to kite for his life, and I believe Antiquarian is not coming at all. They are all 3 of them are pushing for ciphers, and the hit does not register once again.
Yeah, so this is going to come down to a mind game. This is one of those areas you throw down a pallet and the Clerk records you. You're going to go... Actually, Clerk doesn't even need to record, I don't think. She should have a pallet break recording here, but it looks like he's going to record trying to get a pallet break. Gets a pallet stun, but it blocks the pallet. You have to keep in mind, as when the Clerk has presence, if you go for that stun while being recorded, it's going to block that object that you use. In this case, it is the pallet. So Rai, unfortunately, not acknowledging that ability and does miss out on a potential longer kite here. And now we have another cipher about to pop here, another cipher at 80, but they still have to do a whole nother cipher machine, and this is where Clerk gets especially hard to play against, because it's very easy for Clerk to just keep blocking these ciphers over and over. Already Zero with a lot of stick gone. Psychologist has used one heal already. The Embalmer does not have any coffin. So MP is pretty exhausted of their items at this point. We're going to see a stun from the Antiquarian, just going to try to buy some time. I would imagine Vex wants to leave. I don't think you really want to chase the Antiquarian for too much longer here, and that this is going to be the one character in which Cypher is almost ready here. Can they get the... Oh, Vex didn't block it in time! Vex did not actually block the Cypher in time here, and they're going to be able to pop for the endgame. Again, this is still not out of the question for Clerk to go for a win here, but it's definitely a lot more challenging.
Yeah, and right now, Ben has already expended all of his broken windows as well as broken windows. So right now he's recording the gates. One of them is being halt, and the dungeon is at the 2 pilot 1 window area, so he's nowhere near it. Seems like it will be a down, and MP might potentially draw this. We're not too sure yet.
Vex does not have a recording, so he's not going to be able to block off the other gate. It looks like Antiquarian will get that gate open. Yeah, it looks like they actually did an extra cipher machine, so I wasn't really counting the ciphers, but it looks like we're gonna have an extra cipher machine that was able to allow them to pop the cipher. But the thing is, Vex could have blocked that cipher. They actually did not pull the recording back in time, and because of this play, that allowed them to pop for the endgame. That's extremely important here. And of course, there is no teleport available, so both survivors will make it out the exit gate here, and this is perfectly fine for MP. Again, it was because of the penalty, MP began the match with a 5-0 lead, and so now they're in a situation in which, because they have this 5-0 lead, the 2-2 allows them to win this first round.
That's right. They allowed them to win this first round 7-2 in their opponent's map selection, GT's map selection, Leo's memory. So this is looking extremely favorable for MP. And moving on from this, it's going to be BO2, where MP is going to get their map selection. But Eli, let's just get right. You just go back a little bit. What do you think are the highlights in that round itself? And what are your thoughts on GK being the first chase?
Yeah, so I actually kind of like going for Gravekeeper first. One of the reasons why we don't see Gravekeeper played as much is because Gravekeeper is not as safe as other rescuers. Mercenary is extremely difficult to chase. First Officer is extremely difficult to chase. The Wildling is not, you can't chase that at all. So there's a lot of ways in which Gravekeeper is not as safe, because Gravekeeper, you can commit to that character first. If you want to get rid of the one Tide Turner early on, you can actually just chase the Gravekeeper first. That's exactly what happened. You got rid of the Tide Turner character. So when they did go for a rescue, there was actually no way for them to rebound kite, because there was no Tide Turner available. I think Vex positioned themselves pretty well, but they did chase the Antiquarian. I would not have gone after the Antiquarian there at the end. I think that was probably the little misstep from Vex that probably cost them here. And they also weren't able to block that cipher. Overall, they definitely very good Clerk gameplay. However, again, you do have to consider that MP, even with ciphers being a bit behind, they still were able to get to the endgame very well. And they did also have an anti-Clerk team combat, so it's very difficult as a Clerk player to come out successful against this sort of team composition on a map like Leo's Memory.
Yeah, so they were able to capitalize on that 5-point advantage in the first half, and now able to secure their first win coming into BO1 against their opponents GT. So right now, Eli, on GT's perspective, what do you think should be the focus point now coming into BO2?
So I think here, I mean, obviously it's really difficult to work out of a 7-2 deficit. Obviously it's not as hard as something like 8-1, but they can. I mean, obviously you want to try to win this next round if possible, and try to just win 2 rounds in a row. A 5-point deficit is a bit challenging to work out of. So I think that's probably their main strategy. But you know, GT did go with this Leo's Memory map, which means they probably had some sort of survivor gameplay that they wanted to implement into this round 1. Unfortunately, they weren't able to demonstrate that. And so now we're into the situation where they essentially lose their, not only do they lose the round, they lose out on their map selection because of that automatic 5-0. So now things become increasingly difficult, for GT to definitely come back from here.
Yeah, Vex definitely did had a devastating impact from that 5-0 first half, with his teammates unable to really show up on time. in time. And also, right now coming into BO2, we're not too sure as well whether that member in particular is ready for tournament situations at this point in time. Hopefully, things do work out, and the member is there now for this BO2, such that there wouldn't be any 5-0 point lead once again given to MP. You know, you don't want to give free points to your hunter. That's the thing. And a 5-0, we talk about how important it is to not get 4 kill, to not give a 4 escape as a hunter to your opponent's side. A 5-0 can be very devastating. So I think Vex, you know, I mean, even the live chat itself that I'm looking at, everybody is saying how Vex is pressured. Tournament pressure is definitely there, and unable to perform well and to your 100% is definitely the thing that we're seeing here from Vex. And MP wise, they're gonna be giving possibly that band onto Clerk regardless, even though they got a tie situation, which is something that I believe they were pretty much aiming for.
Yeah, the difference between having a Clerk in the first round and a Clerk in the second round, it's a lot different. Obviously, there are more characters that are banned. They did go Embalmer and Psychologist first, right? So now you won't have those counters as an option anymore. So Psychologist is one of the best characters to play against a Clerk, right? And you don't get to do that anymore. So you really have to take that into consideration because, you know, at that point, if those characters are banned, you know, the Clerk player can always just, you just ban other, you lose 2 counters and you ban 2 more counters. So now you're down 4 instead of 2, right? And so that's really not something that you want to have to do. Round 2 Clerks are so much stronger. So Clerk definitely will get banned. Considering that Vex had a pretty good position, I don't think MP wants to have to go through a Clerk match anymore. You know, force them. It looks like Clerk is probably their go-to hunter, their most ideal hunter, as they did play it into a difficult team comp here. So I think they definitely want to eliminate that as an option, especially considering that MP has the lead. So you don't want to give them any opportunities to play hunters that might have high win potential and might give them a high chance of potentially making a comeback here.
Yeah, so I still definitely do have hopes for GT. There is definitely that possible situation of tides being turned around coming into BO2. MP, they're looking actually really, really strong coming into today's matches. And mind you guys, MP actually won the first round going against ST. This round, it will be their second match. And now MP winning once against in BO1 against GT. We gotta give you guys a slight reminder that this is like a round robin format that we're going with, since there's only 3 Vietnamese teams. If MP once again secure this win against GT, there won't be a third round where ST is gonna go against GT, because MP would then confirm their slot in the Vietnamese division coming into IVS. So we see a swap of members. GT's Vex will be swapped out and Zuka will be coming in as the hunter. So do you know anything about Zuka, Eli?
Unfortunately, we don't have much information on them as well. So we'll see what this this hunter brings to the table here. But yeah, well, I mean, again, they're gonna, since they do have to make some sort of comeback here, it could be that this is one of those teams where you lead with that that hunter that has a very good round 1 hunter, such as Clerk, which in this case would be Vex, and then you go into the player that has more of a larger hunter pool and is better for rounds 2 and 3. We do see this from a lot of Japanese teams, in which they lead with one of their they have like a set round 1 hunter, like a starting hunter, and then they have like the closing hunter that plays the second and third rounds, and that's usually the hunter that's the most diverse hunter pool. So I think that's probably going to be the strategy here for GT. That must be the reasoning for the substitution at this point.
Yeah, and it also could be because that they are kind of predicting what map MP is gonna pick, and if you're comparing Zuka's character pool as well as Moru's character pool, it might kind of match, and it will be favorable for Moru and also for their opponent's side, which is Zuka as the hunter coming into BO2. I'm excited to see how Zuka's gonna perform, of course. The last time, I'm not sure if this is the same Zuka, but I was looking back, GW, Team GW. I think this guy was in Team GW, but he didn't play as a hunter. So,
well, Zuka's a pretty uncommon name, so I'd imagine it's probably the same. If there's somebody else named Zuka,
is not a common name too.
If there's somebody else named Zuka, it's probably, I would imagine, there's a high probability that it is the same person, in that Zuka is not a particularly common name.
Okay,
At
yeah,
least
we can
in
agree on
Identity
that.
V.
We can agree on
Yes.
that. All right, so you can talk about this, the map selection, of course.
Yeah, so it's going to be GT does ban Mill River Park here. We're going to have MP. It's going to go Everest Swimming Town, pretty standard. We have yet to see Nguyen take the stage here, so we'll have to see. We'll probably see them in this round here. Yeah, so GT banning Moonlit is I don't know. It's interesting. I'm not. Again, we don't really know what they have prepared here because we don't exactly know their hunter pool. Moonlit is usually good for a variety of hunters, so betting Moonlit is quite interesting. But it could be that they have hunters that are better for smaller maps. Characters such as Clerk, could be characters such as I don't know, Sculptor. You know, Sculptor's not too good on Moonlit. Dream Witch, something like that. There's plenty of hunters that are more successful on smaller maps. In which Moonlit River Park would, of course, not be beneficial for them. So that must be the reasoning for that.
Yeah, so let's see, how is it gonna be for GT this time around? And since GT has the has a choice to pick either Hunter or Survivor faction first.
Yep.
If that member in particular is still not ready, do let the Hunter side come up first. All right. So do play this smartly. Of course, this is coming into competitive gaming. This is the official tournament, IVS Asian Cup. Of course, there could be certain situations that might call for them to be absent at times. So let's just have our understanding for the member. I mean, let's just respect each other's time, of course, and hopefully this do turn out better for GT, of course, and Zuka. I think what do you think are possible hunters that can be played at Ever Slipping Town that will probably get 3 or if not 4 kill against survivors, Eli?
If you're referring to the GT side, obviously they are the ones that have to make the comeback here. So
yeah.
So I would imagine it's probably going to be obviously the hunters with the highest win potential in general would be things such as Nightwatch, Dreamwitch, obviously very good at Ever Slipping Town. Breaking Wheel is pretty good here. We have that's kind of it, to be honest. The thing is, it's very difficult to obviously in this type of meta, it's very difficult. Clerks also play well at Ever Sleeping, but it's obviously a bit more challenging than something like Arms Factory or Churches. It is a slightly larger map, and it's also easier for survivors to set up support. Priestess support, female dancer support would be very difficult for Clerk to deal with. And so, while Priestess is not obviously quite as good at supporting on Arms Factory, you know, it's going to be a bit different here. So you'd have to ban some of those characters, and if you're wasting bans on those characters, then you lose out on banning other counters to something like Clerk. So you might result. It might result in you having to play some other hunter that's maybe not as much high win potential. So yeah. So Clerk obviously is still fine here, but definitely something like Dreamwitch, Wheel, or Nightwatch would be the highest win potential hunters. I mean, you also keep in mind that GT, we don't really know if their survivors are going to come out here and potentially get a win here. That could be that they have a very strong survivor side. Obviously, unfortunately, we weren't able to see them in the first round. It looks like GT is, as you mentioned, leading on the hunter side first here.
Yeah, so let's see how Zuka is going to perform. And of course, when it comes to situations like this, with this 7-2 lead in favor of MP, Ever Slipping Town, Breaking Will. It could be possible. We'll see how Zuka plans to do that. We did see how Moru played his Breaking Rule at Ever Slipping Town going against ST, and he got a 4 kill. So let's see how's it gonna be. Priestess as well as Mercenary being banned out. Eli, you mentioned the importance of Priestess support going against various hunters can be very annoying. And MP side, they banned out the Hell Ember.
Jojo, anything? I have nothing.
Maybe Zuka is a Hell Ember main, I think.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Potentially, yeah. Looks like we're gonna have. We are gonna see a dancer. Obviously, we talked about dancer is very good for supporting on Ever Slipping Town. The middle areas are very good for dancer. There's a lot of pallets in which you can throw slow boxes down, put the pallets over the slow box, and when the hunter has to break the pallet and break the slow box, you make a lot of distance. So there's a lot of situations on this map where dancer is a very good supporting character. Prospector also very good in general here, so that's going to be the first 2 character selections. Acrobat banned next, so you know, just we typically don't see Acrobat getting banned, so that's a bit curious, but maybe we have potentially Geisha. We're going to see Gravekeeper get chosen. So first officer is on the table, and we see Gravekeeper. We've seen this before, Chocho, in which teams prioritize Gravekeeper over first officer, and unfortunately, it has not worked out for those teams. Gravekeeper has been I guess brought the team down overall. It's just that Gravekeeper is unfortunately nowhere near as strong as Officer in the current meta, and that Gravekeeper is technically more chaseable than Officer. Also, Gravekeeper cannot rescue multiple times, whereas something like Mercenary and Officer, of course, can do so.
And speaking of which, right now I'm looking at the live chat. It seems that we have confirmation that Zuka definitely does mean the Leo, and someone mentioned as well Zuka's Leo in Ever Slipping Town IVS SEA Deja Vu, which is the Vietnamese tournament that happened. So I think this was definitely a respect bang on MP's side that they have studied Zuka, and we're just gonna ban that out to prevent anything from happening. But I think that MP side, they seem to be gearing up for a possible breaking wheel. What do you think this team comp is giving?
Well, the Magician is interesting. I'm not really sure what that's for. Again, it could be we're looking at a potential Geisha here. Magician actually is not too bad against Geisha. Dancer's good against Geisha. Prospector's good. So it could be that's the game plan. Breaking Wheel would be pretty good against this comp. Obviously, you can chase Magician and Prospector. And Dancer's a bit challenging, but the other 2 are fine. But again, the Gravekeeper is very curious, though. Looks like we're going to see Wax Artist here. So, Wax Artist against this team composition is probably fine. You can chase Magician without too much of a problem. The only way Magician can really kite against Wax is you put your illusion in a very narrow area in which the Wax Artist, and you sort of use the illusion to block the Wax from being shot at you. You can do that, but it's really not great. Magician, obviously not one of the strongest kiters in the game. And then Prospector also is chaseable. But Prospector support against Wax Artist can be very good, so that's something you have to consider as well. Dancer is very good against Wax Artist when it comes to supporting with those slow boxes. And then Gravekeeper, you know, is obviously just is a fine rescuer and can avoid being waxable in the shovel. However, again, is not going to be able to save multiple times.
Yeah, so hopefully things do work out for Zuka. I do understand that it's a lot of pressure for him to kind of get as many kills as he can. So right now, looking at spawn locations wise, he's spawning next to the Magician. So Eli, you as a Wax Artist main, you know that there's certain characters that you should and you shouldn't chase. So Magician coming into this mix, that possible first chase, could be highly likely, don't you think?
Yeah, well, actually I play probably more Nightwatch than Wax Artist now because Nightwatch is cracked. But yeah, so Magician out of the team comp, obviously Magician is one of the easier targets to chase. You don't want to chase Dancer or Grave. Prospector is fine. Prospector and Magician either would be fine for first chase, and especially considering that Zuka has spawned into the Magician, you definitely want to commit to that first chase here. Let's see if they brought broken windows. Looks like we're going to have actually 2 flywheel and only 1 broken window. So I think this Wax Artist might have caught them a bit by surprise, because obviously you wouldn't bring flywheel for a Wax Artist. And so that might be the reasoning for the flywheels. They must have some other hunter in mind. Looks like Zuka is going to have Trump Card and Detention here. So this is going to be the first half of the second round. GT Hunter versus the MP Survivors. I'm Elio, joined with Chocho, and we will be bringing you the live commentary for this IVS qualifier match.
And we will be heading into our BO2 first half. Gravekeeper will be the potential first chase here instead of the Magician, since he's rotated safely into the shack area. Amazing skin of the Magician if we're looking at that. Gravekeeper immediately dugging into the ground. Doesn't want to give Zuka a single chance at all. And now, Magician, possible first chase that we talked about.
Yeah, so it looks like he's going to go Magician first. Now, it is at Corner House, so this is not extremely easy to place to... That's a Magician? I've never seen that skin before. Anyways, looks like he does lose sight of the Magician for a second. Drops down the hole, I think. Oh, Magician drops down into him, but Zuka doesn't actually see where he went. You definitely want to pay attention to those foot trails, but... Oh, it looks like Zuka's just going to give up on the
Zuka's lost. Man is
Fortunately,
lost.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
did lose sight of the magician. You don't want to chase the dancer, so now you go for Gravekeeper. That's also not too ideal. Looks like we're gonna go for Rai first here. He's gonna go ahead and use that shovel right away, and Zuka's gonna go ahead and take down this palace, but he doesn't have teleport. He has blink and trump card, so as long as this rotation keeps up, he's gonna have a hard time actually finding a viable target here. I think at this point you want to look for Prospector. You can use this time to take down these boxes. I think that's reasonable. And then now you want to look for the Prospector. Oh, but the Dancer's actually used up all their boxes, so you could also chase Dancer as well at this point.
Yeah, so still no visible targets in sight in Zuka's side right now, and you know, Zuka really needs to break a leg when it comes into this match. He needs to get as many kills as he can to possibly turn things around in BO2. However, I think he's probably gonna break his legs from walking around, and now back to square one where Magician is his possible first chase and blinking out of this area. Possible first hits first is coming through.
Sneaking back to the pallet. Oh, he does actually run, unfortunately, in the open a bit. So was able to use the illusion, but unfortunately the route from Ban. Looks like Zuka might have broken the long pallet there, but unfortunately the route from Ban did not quite work out into his favor, but still has 2 illusions to work with, and the blink has already been expended at this point. Tries to block the doorway, it looks like, but wasn't able to do so. Van has to vault early because you don't actually want to get waxed at that window. Does have 1 more illusion. I think he's gonna use it in this pallet. No, he's actually gonna throw the pallet down right away. That's also fine. You want to use the illusion in a narrow area in which the hunter has to break it to walk through. So I would have actually liked this. He's gonna try to go for this play again, but
he loses
Zuka,
him again.
he doesn't follow the trail. The trail showed. He actually showed the magician. The trail showed the magician running down the window there, but Zuka just didn't follow it. He actually, I guess he just wasn't paying attention to the trail, unfortunately, and that misstep from him will cost him the chase. Already 2 ciphers remaining and nobody down. This is looking like a very good position for MP, and I think at this point they could potentially play for a 4 escape. Now, this is one of the situations where, again, Gravekeeper cannot rescue under detention, whereas Officer or Mercenary could. So you're in a situation in which you're not really able to go for the detention rescue if you want to go for the 4 escape. You know, obviously, in which normally you could go for that play, but you know, obviously, Gravekeeper.
But he's now back to square one, ladies and gentlemen. But this time on a different target. Shiru, the female dancer with no boxes to work with.
Yeah.
He's heading towards the middle tree pallet area, but he threw it towards the obstacle.
Or not the flywheel, the spin there, yeah. She flywheeled first and then spun, but unfortunately did. Keep in mind, as a dancer, when you go for that spin ability, you spin to the right side first, left side second, but I think Zero might have missed it on that. Does get the 100% wax here, and because Zero doesn't have flywheel, I think they're going to go down at this window. It looks like that is going to be the case here. Cypher machines are almost done, though, and we don't have Zuka anywhere near full presence just yet, so... yeah, definitely looking pretty good here. I think the survivor should go for a no-tide rescue. He's actually going to take him to the Prospector's chair. So there's a chance of a struggle for Prospector will have another magnet here to use. And, he did not actually throw it in time here. And he's going to get them out of the rocket chair for the first time. But Cypher's almost done. Can wax the middle Cypher. So they may be forced to start a new one at this point.
So... at least this is the only saving grace that he's checked at, but now a free rescue by Gravekeeper expanding that tide turner. Now, endgame wise, it seems to be that it's leaning more towards a 3 escape instead of 4 now. So, but Zuka, he needs to get as many kills as he can. 1 kill is definitely not the best situation he's looking for.
Yeah, I think at this point, what needs to happen is that MP should just be playing for a 3 escape, as you mentioned. They don't have the Tide Turner for endgame, and they're also struggling to get this last Cypher completed. LC's gonna get blocked from the window there. He's not able to vault to disco for the magnet. It does have Flywheel to push away, but he can't go anywhere. And you really see, trying to bait out the Flywheel, I think LC will probably just... Oh, he's actually gonna use it. He uses it and gets the magnet off. So he actually can play around the 100% wax there. Very impressive play from LC. This is what I was talking about. This is a very strong kiting player. And the Cyber Machine is almost ready. Misses the blink here. Does LC have a magnet? He does not. So he's going to actually go down here. But the problem is Zuka actually now wastes his trait. So he does not have a teleport for endgame. So I don't know if using the blink there was the best decision. So now it's going to be really hard for him to try to pull a tie out of this.
So, as saving grace, Prospector does not have a magnet. and no flywheel as well. He can technically down the Prospector fast during endgame, and I think MP is just gonna open the other gate knowing that his skill is in cooldown. But the pop does happen. Looking at the speed LC is going, heading towards the center dungeon area. Let's see whether the gate will open in time and whether that one magnet will be that winning condition for him to get that 4 escape for his team.
Yeah, it's gonna be really challenging. He's able to get the push here, but I don't think he can really go anywhere. He's gonna get the freeze. That is gonna secure the down. And now Zuka had teleport. He could teleport to the gate. One of the gates isn't open just yet. He could have teleported to the gate and maybe tried to pull out a victory there, but yeah, unfortunately that's not going to be the case. Looks like it's going to be 3 out the gate here for MP. I don't think they're going to want to push for any sort of 4 escape here. I think 3 is just a lot safer, and that is a 3 escape here for MP, which does mean they are going to extend their lead even more. It is now a 7-point lead in favor of MP, so a lot of pressure here for GT Survivors. We have to see the GT Survivors put up some good numbers here if they want to actually be able to win this match.
Yeah, so, things are looking very tough. But you know what, just gonna look back at the highlights of that first half of the match. Eli, anything about it? Or something that you like to say, like, you know what, it could have been done differently?
Yeah, many things to talk about here. So the rotation early was pretty good from the Survivors. They made it very difficult for the Hunter to actually get a good chase target. I think the problem was that Zuka kept losing targets. So as a hunter, for those of you watching, you really want to pay attention to the foot trail of the Survivors. When Survivors are running, they leave a trail of footprints on the ground, right? And you can follow those footprints to see where a Survivor is going. However, Zuka, few times here, actually just did not follow the footprints, and he lost Survivors multiple times. And that's especially important when playing against Magician, because Magician is actually a character. The reason why Magician isn't quite as good as he, as some other Survivors, is that when Magician uses the illusion, he still leaves the trail. So good hunters can still play around that and still get the hit on the Magician because they just follow the trail. They just watch the foot trail, right? But Zuka unfortunately did not go for that. He actually, the foot trail showed the Magician going down out the window, and Zuka actually just went in the opposite direction completely. And unfortunately, that did cost him potentially downing the Magician faster. And at that point, MP already had very good Cypher progress. And more than enough to go for a win.
So definitely this is speaking volumes about MP's skills itself on the Survivor side. Teamwork, definitely we do see that the support coming in by that female dancer, even though we don't really see her make use of those solo boxes, but the time brought out just by the wax artist Zuka destroying those boxes, it took up a lot of time, and it allowed the ciphers to be progressed so fast, so quick, and amazing progress coming from MP Survivors. The cipher rush is definitely prominent here.
Yep, absolutely. So I would say that at this point, the most important thing for GT is that they need to at least get to the last round. So if they go, obviously, it's not one of those situations where it's like, okay, well, the first round was an 8-1, and now we have to win 2 rounds in a row because we're probably not coming back 7 points. 7-2 is doable. It's not as challenging as an 8-1 by any means, because you can easily just be in a situation where, it's like, oh, maybe our hunter plays a good match, gets a 4 kill, and now our survivors just need to get a tie, no problem, something like that, right? It's obviously difficult, but it's not anywhere near as hard as an 8-1 situation, right?
Yeah.
So because of this, this is now a situation in which GT's goal is to at least get a 3 escape and keep themselves in the match, right? You do see the win condition here. MP, if it's a tie, 1 escape or 0 escape, MP will be victorious. So it's really, really important at this point that that GT is able to get a 3 escape. Obviously, if they can push for 4, they really want to prioritize that, because then you get into a 3rd round situation in which they can just win the 3rd round, and the points are not as important, or actually completely irrelevant at that point. It's just going to come down to whoever wins the last round, or if MP ties. But they need to at least get 3 out the gate here, so they at least have a chance to potentially win this. Again, if MP wins this series, they will be the Vietnamese qualifying team from the Vietnamese division.
Yeah, so things are looking really serious, really intense. And of course, we talked about, I mean, we never really talked about this, but we did see how FT, they just won their BO1 match against UTP with a huge margin, 8-1 lead. In BO2 and 3, they just tied things up all the way. And FT was able to just qualify just because of their BO1 huge advantage that they had. So it really comes to show how important BO1 can be for every single team. And Eli, you used to be a competitive player, you used to be a coach as well. You know, you want to talk to us about how important BO1 is for every single team.
Yeah, it's not only does it set the momentum for the match, you want to take that early lead because obviously you want to be, if you're out in front, then it's like, okay, we have a lot of energy, we have a lot of momentum moving forward. But it's also really important for how you're going to play it out as with character selections and band picks and whatnot. If you have an early lead, you can play conservatively. You can afford to play safer characters, play for ties, hold your lead, and just hold your lead for the rest of the series. If you lose the first round, you have to play a lot more aggressively. You have to start picking these more aggressive hunters with higher win potential. You have to start playing for wins as survivors, which maybe will potentially cost you a lot. It may maybe turn into a loss if you play too aggressively. And there's a balance there. So you have to make sure that if you lose the first round, that you play aggressively to come back. If you win the first round or you tie the first round, it's a lot easier to just play conservatively and safer, and it'll easily result in an easier path to victory than it would be if you fall in the first round. So that's really something that's important here, and that's why that 5-0 was so important for MP. The fact they're able to take a 7-2 lead in the first round, it makes it so now, as the rest of this match plays out here, they can easily just play safely. And you saw that in the last round. They played pretty safe with their character selections, but the rotation was very good, and they were able to lose sight of the hunter. They didn't go for any sort of 4 escape at that point because they know they have the lead. They don't have to play aggressively. They can just play safely, and they'll probably be fine from here on out.
Yeah, and it seems to be for MP's case, this is looking like a piece of cake for them, going against GT. And definitely, even though they're looking like in a really good position, definitely don't look down on your opponents first. I mean, you can only be happy and over the moon once this match ends, and you know that you are definitely representing the Vietnamese division in IVS. So seems like it might potentially be the last match for GT versus MP, and also for the last match of the day when it comes to this second half BO2. Today it just seems like almost like a one-sided victory for MP, but we're talking a little bit too soon now, heading into our band pick right now. Since there wasn't any they didn't play their BO1 first half, so there isn't any globally banned out characters in this coming to BO2 second half.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we're gonna see. It will be. Yeah, that's actually interesting because there's no characters in the first round. Even though we're in round 2, they don't actually have global ban picks. I wonder what the rules is on that. I guess it's just that there's just gonna be none overall here. So it looks like it's gonna be the dancer and the priestess. Yeah, that's actually interesting. I feel like there should be maybe some newer rule implemented for that at some point, because then you get in a situation in which
BO1 format, right?
Yeah, it gives the survivors a huge advantage, right? Because they get to ban a hunter, but the hunter has less survivors banned. So yeah, so this is actually this is really good for GT then, because this actually gives them. Well, obviously the 5-0 is not good, but it's really good for them that they have essentially round 1 character selections, but they still get to ban a hunter. That's actually pretty advantageous. So I guess if there's any possibility for them to make a comeback, it would be with this with these less bans that they have to worry about.
Yeah, so like it seems to be that coming into BO2 second half for GT servers, like it's like a slight blessing in disguise. So let's see how is it gonna be for
really,
GT servers. It actually is.
It gives them a chance for sure. It's definitely you definitely don't want to be down 5-0, but it does give them a better chance of coming back. From
This is tough. This is still tough, even though they do get this only 4 bans coming into BO2 second half. So looking at the character selections, Eli, we do see mercenary, psychologist, coordinator, as well as a prospector.
Yep.
Geisha, Bonbon. What do you think?
Considering that they only need to get a tie here, Bonbon, I think would be pretty safe. Yeah, and they don't have first officer, so there's not exactly a safe rescue. You could obviously you do have coordinator, which is very good at rescuing Bonbon, but I feel like with a prospector and coordinator, you could safely bring excitement as a Bonbon player. So that could definitely be a possibility. Again, Nguyen just needs to get a tie game, and MP will be victorious. It means that MP will actually win all 4 of their rounds today. So I think that's definitely going to be the mindset here, is just play one of those tie hunters and just secure the victory. It looks like it's going to be Night Watch. This is also perfectly fine, and this is one of the reasons why we don't see characters such as Bloody Queen, or even Bonbon for that matter, as much, because Night Watch is a very consistent tie hunter, but has a ton of win potential as well. So looks like, yeah, we're going to see the Night Watch here. Against this team composition, it's a bit challenging. Obviously, Prospector is pretty good kiter against Night Watch. Psychologist can take many hits, and the Coordinator can be good first kite, but after rescuing, it's not quite as strong against Night Watch. But yeah, I think this is a pretty good band pick from both sides, and this will be a pretty even match overall here.
So let's see how is it gonna be. You know, we do have the server sites confirmed as well. The players that needed to be there are present too. So seems to be that there was some situation that we're not too sure in BO1. So just to let you guys know as well, once you submit your lineup for BO1, there is no way you can change it. The only thing that can happen is to just wait. The production crew will probably just wait for about 5 to 10 minutes. We'll have to depend on which production crew it is. And if the player doesn't come, that's the situation they're gonna have, a 5-0 penalized points. So looking at our spawn locations now, we do have Night Watch spawning next to the Mercenary, and Psychologist at the bottom of Mercenary, and on top we do have the Coordinator. So any possible first chase here, Eli?
Well, obviously not Mercenary. You could go Coordinator first, but keep in mind chasing Coordinator first as Night Watch is not as good. You want to try to make the Coordinator use her flare gun on you after you have your first presence, then you can just dash and catch up to any survivor after the stun wears off. So I think definitely we'll see them probably rotate towards the Psychologist first. I think that would probably make the most sense. But you also have to consider when you do spawn here as a Night Watch, I think you spawn slightly closer to the corner house. I'm not actually sure the exact spawn. We'll see that in a second. I think you actually just spawn near the gate, so I guess it's right in the middle. But yeah, I think definitely going Psychologist first chase would make the most sense. I think it does depend if he has Blink or Excitement, though. If he has Excitement, maybe go Coordinator. If he has Blink, maybe go Psychologist. But yeah, here we go. It's going to be Insolence and Detention. Night Watch against the GT Survivors. They do need a 3 escape to keep things alive here. It is going to be the MP Hunter versus the GT Survivors, second half of the second round of the IVS Qualifiers. I'm Elio, and joined here with Chocho, bringing you the live commentary for this match.
And now a possible last match of today. We're looking into this right now. He's rotating towards the center area where the Mercenary was spawned at, and now we do see a double kiting situation, triple kiting situation.
3 survivors rotating on top of each other here. Already an unfortunate start here for GT. Looks like he's first chase onto the Prospector. Should be able to make it to this pallet, but he does have the jump here. No, he's actually just going to break it looks like. Prospector's just going to wait in this area. If he jumps, Prospector vaults into the Night Watch, and unfortunately gives a free hit here. You have to make sure they jump over that window there, but looks like he didn't go for that. So good discipline from Nguyen here. He's going to go for the stun to turn off the win ability, but he's not going to make a whole lot of distance. He's forced to use the second magnet right away here. So Mamo going through this magnet is very quick. And he drops into the Night Watch as well. So this could be a pretty good position. I think he can use his magnet here to get the push, but he does have the Insolence. Tries to fly will to win, but isn't able to do so. And this is a very fast down for this Night Watch. There's no Cypher progress for GT. This is already looking incredibly good here for MP.
Yeah, advantages for sure for the MP side of MP. And right now, we do have to want to order onto Psychologist. No, the Mercenary is coming for this rescue. It should be a very stable one, unless Terra Shock rescue does happen. So right now, that's something that he doesn't want to look at, because Cypher progress, like you mentioned, it's actually quite on the slow side, Eli.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to see Mercenary gonna come in for that first rescue here. Nice rescue from the Mercenary, able to pull off of the chair there so they don't get Terror Shock. Does use a second elbow pad, probably a bit unnecessary, but is going to go down here. Prospector's going to hold on to their magnet here, already to that full presence here. Trying to pull him away from the corner, but nah, he unfortunately Nguyen did mistime it there, so he is going to just go ahead and get back to the corner, die as far away from Cyphers from the rocket chair as possible. They do get through 2 Cyphers here, but still 3 full Cyphers pretty much to go at this point, so yeah, it's gonna be pretty challenging for GT to get a 3 escape now. So I wonder if we're gonna see them go for this rescue or just play for an endgame dungeon escape. Looks like Mercenary's gonna get pressured here. He's going really deep for this hit, considering he only needs to tie. He's gonna give a free rescue. So unfortunately, a huge misstep for Nguyen. He's gonna be able to hit the Mercenary, but it doesn't matter. They get a free save on the Prospector. Yeah, Jojo, in a situation you only need to tie, going for a really aggressive strategy like this, definitely a huge misstep for Nguyen. We'll see if this ends up costing him or not.
Yeah, we have to wait
and the
see,
Psychologist heal can get him back to full health.
Oh my goodness! He's coming through. He makes it.
Yep.
This is incredible. Right now, Mama will be full health, and Nguyen does spot him out, and he is second skill. Blink has already been expanded, and he has one more magnet to use. Eli, he can potentially kite this out.
Yeah, he misses the wind there. Does he have flywheel? Oh, he actually did not. I don't know if he had it back in time or he didn't go for it, but Blink's gonna cool down for someone. Now keep in mind, there is a lot of Cypher progress to still be done here. They are very far behind on Cyphers at this point. I think Prospector actually has no borrowed time. He does have Broken and Flywheel, if I'm not mistaken. They're actually gonna stop the heal Coordinator, which I'm not sure this is the right play, considering that they have to go for a win here. Prospector's gonna get another magnet, another push here. But I think he should have saved that magnet, because now this Nightwatch can just dash to catch up. Can he flywheel to the pallet here? He's gonna flywheel through, but it's really a hard mind game at this point. Tries to go for bait. I think he's gonna go down at this point and will go down to this swing. And he is gonna be dead on share at this point, but it's not. It is possible for the survivors to still dungeon escape here. Coordinator is a very good endgame kiter with that flare gun. Mercenary obviously can take an extra hit. Obviously, at this, Psychologist is going to be the best target for Nguyen late game. Let's see if he's able to find him. Actually, he finds Coordinator, so that's not really as ideal. But the Cyphers are just so far behind still.
Yeah, I 100% have to agree with you. Nguyen still he's already opened his second skill. Blink will be ready in about 50 seconds, and Coordinator still at this gun. So of course, Kids shouldn't be the next chase over here, but he does this Panay's power at the center. Noob, the Mercenary, is at the center. So let's see how he's gonna kite this out. There isn't any equipment to use after that elbow pad being expanded. Nguyen taking note of it. Taking note of the Cyphers, I believe.
Yep. He does. He's actually gonna break this pallet instead of jumping here. Just gonna try to eliminate any resources from the survivors. I think Mercenary's gonna want. Oh, does find Psychologist. This is definitely his ideal late game target. So at this point, if you're Nguyen, you want to just stick to the Psychologist for the entirety of this game. You only need to get one more kill to secure a win for your team. Psychologist is not going to be a character that has good endgame kiting potential, so you want to just down Psychologist and just stay on the Psychologist and secure that elimination on this character. Mercenary obviously not as good for chasing endgame, and Coordinator still has that flare gun. We see Psychologist does not take the window again, so she's going to get caught up to. Nguyen swings at the window trying to go for a Terror Shock. If he swung through the window instead of at it, he would have actually got the hit on Survivor drop to the other side, but is going to secure the down here. Cypher's at 75 and 30, so still not great progress for GT.
Yeah, right now we're looking at the Cyphers as well. It's not looking too good. The Geisha Cypher's actually the one Mercenary's decoding at 90%. Coordinator will get the hit early on. He's not even near the chair. He does have this gun though, so this is the only saving grace that he has to possibly get the safe rescue. Oh, but nothing actually happened. I mean, he got that rescue save without having to use the gun, and Blink not being expended on Nguyen's side. Playing it really safely on MP's Hunter side. Let's see how he's going to play it out. Going against Kids now.
I think he wants to save them. Oh, he's going to blink and get flare gun. You have to instant blink if you're going to go for that down. And unfortunately, that will also cost you a little bit here too. You don't want to use your blink now because you want to save your blink for endgame to secure the draw. So because Nguyen actually wastes his blink here, it's now possible for GT to again play for that dungeon. So we actually said that Psychologist is going to knock herself down to heal up the Coordinator. So interesting decision from GT to go for this play. And it looks like we're going to see Mercenary runs back into the Hunter and takes another hit. And Nguyen is going to... I think this is acceptable to not share Mercenary. But again, yeah, wasting that blink. If they do manage to get to the end game before the blink's back online, this could give GT a chance. But I think if you're Nguyen, you have to just hold that Cypher and prevent it from being essentially popped until your blink is available again.
Does he spot out the Coordinator opening the chest over there?
I think she's gonna get the item in time, but it is just a syringe, so it's not really ideal here as well.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, it's always like syringe is useful in certain situations, and then like other items are useful in other ones. It's like, okay, I really want a syringe, and then you actually never get it. And it's like, oh, I really want like an elbow pad, and then you get the syringe. Like every time, it's just not the one that you want.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like the game is just rigged. Like honestly.
Yeah, it looks at people, you know, and it just happens to be that we are not that favorite person. And now Psychologist has really expanded herself, so that's something we need to note about. Mercenary as well as Coordinator, they will reset. They will reset first, and Nguyen is not going to give that chance at all.
Survivor's doing a very good job preventing the Night Watch from just securing a win. They do need to get to endgame if they want a chance here. Does he jump this window? He's going to jump it, but Mercenary can't make the vault in time. This does force him to break the pallet. And they do have that last cipher being worked on. Chasing Mercenary endgame is fine if Mercenary has no items or is half health. So that's probably going to be okay. They're going to really push the cipher here, and I think they're going to be able to get it off in time. Nguyen's not going to commit to Mercenary. He's going to commit to the cipher again. He only needs to tie, so going aggressive like this could cost him, but the survivors actually don't have items for endgame, so unfortunately it's not too beneficial for them anyways. He needs to wait for his blink, is what he needs to do.
Exactly what you've predicted. Right now, 10 seconds to blink being ready. They are both at the ciphers. Mercenary, I believe he is at the gate too, ready to open that gate once this pops. Let's see how they're going to get that 3 escape. Remember guys, a tie will be that winning condition for MP to advance. So let's see what's going to be.
I'm not sure what he's doing. I think he's trying to pull both of them back and then hit one so they can't pop in time. But he has his blink, yeah, so just hit. So I'm not really sure what Nguyen's waiting for at this point. You just want to say, oh, he blinks into the pallet. So unfortunately, he's not going to be able to secure the down. Dungeon is here, but the survivors aren't near the gate. He needs to take down these pallets. You can actually infinite loop this as a survivor if you go for jumps. Now the problem here is going to be that, yeah, there's not a... Oh, gets the vault off. So able to stay alive longer, but Coordinator is not to the gate. Coordinator is actually going to go, I think, to the wrong gate. If Coordinator went out the Mercenaries gate, I think the dungeon would have actually opened in time. So, yeah, the Mercenaries gate was open. They could have both escaped out the gate. Psychologist could have died on the gate there.
You're right.
Or on the dungeon there, and they could have made it. But unfortunately, Coordinator, miscommunication there. Coordinator going to the wrong exit gate.
Yeah, definitely a misstep over there. Right now, we do see Mercenary, half health on the bottom left, coming for Psychologist instead. And now,
He's not going to give a free save? He just needs to tie. He's going to give a free save to the Mercenary when he only needs a tie. Nguyen playing, unfortunately, way too aggressive here when he only needs to get a tie. And now the problem is, Mercenary could potentially rescue when detention runs out. They can wait out the detention here, and they can still go for this. They can heal up. They can wait out detention. GT could still win this game.
It is highly possible. Nothing is too hard to predict, but a Terror Shock hit onto Coordinator. We do see that they are resetting. They do know that a tie is what MP Hunter wants now, which will help them advance as the Vietnamese team, Vietnamese division coming into IVS. Let's see how they're going to perform. Oh, but it seems like they're just going to escape.
Well, then that secures the victory for MP.
Very smoothly for them.
I think they could have gone for that, right? I mean, detention's almost out. They could have healed up. They could have body blocked to dungeon, or someone could have opened the gate whereas the other person rescues. So MP qualifies. There you go. Well, congratulations to MP. Excellent job from MP, both on the survivor and hunter side. GT definitely could have gone for that, played for that 3 escape. That match was definitely not over, but I guess they are just gonna be satisfied with the tie. So MP will be the qualifying team here for the Vietnam division, and they will be advancing to the next stage of IVS. So congratulations to MP, really putting on a good show today with both factions on the survivor side, on the hunter side as well. Yeah, so we're gonna see them moving on to the next stage.
Yep, congratulations once again to MP's team for qualifying. And of course, it seems to be that today is a one-sided victory onto MP's side. And of course, representing the Vietnamese division in IVS is something that they are very much happy for and are over the moon. So coming into this back-to-back matches, we can definitely tell that MP's stamina from the first round itself all the way now is... They definitely do have the stamina, and performance-wise, it is the tip-top condition. But we do see Nguyen coming off way too aggressive.
Yeah, considering that you only need to tie, I mean, obviously there was many situations. Nguyen looked like he played like he had to 4-kill. Like,
yeah,
it was just like
he was showing, he was giving, but
I don't know, yeah, like especially like as soon as you down. So For those of you who are maybe a little bit newer to a tournament setting, obviously in rank you want to play aggressive, right? You want to win games. He was sort of playing it like a rank match, right? But you want to go for a tie, right? Because if you tie, then your team actually will win, right? So you want to secure the tie here. So to do so, you want to, once you get your first down, you want to hard camp that survivor and just keep eliminating them every time they're rescued and just secure them to be downed, right? And then after that, you want to secure down your next target and just hard camp them out with detention, so there's no way the survivors can make the rescue and you secure your draw. That's your game plan as a hunter. But you saw Nguyen actually leaves the first shared survivor, and it allowed a free rescue plus a free psychologist heal. So that gave GT a huge opening. Unfortunately, the ciphers were a bit slow at that point, so at that point it didn't matter too much. But you definitely don't want to give that opening there. And then secondly, he gave an opening for Mercenary to get a free rescue under detention because he went for the coordinator. So that's another situation in which, you know, you definitely just want to secure that eliminated survivor. They're almost dead on shares, their second share. They're almost dead on share. As soon as that survivor is eliminated, your team wins and your team qualifies. But yeah, went definitely aggressive there. And I think GT could have played that differently. Coordinator kited for a good amount of time. You see 162 seconds overall. This coordinator did an excellent job this game. I think what had to happen is as soon as Mercenary rescued, the Mercenary Psychologist, if they healed up, they ran to the exit gate instead of healing. I'm not really sure why. If they stopped to heal while the coordinator was getting chased, then waited out detention, then they both go for rescue. You have full health Mercenary, full health Psychologist, no detention. You can easily, you can body block, or maybe the Psychologist opens the gate and Mercenary saves and you body block to gate. A lot of possibilities for GT there, but it was not in the cards this time for GT. So MP will be the winner here. 2-0 victory in this round, 2-0 victory last round, and 2-0 overall on the day. So MP with very strong gameplay. And this is definitely something we expect, right? MP is a very strong team. They have a lot of tournament experience. They are definitely have always been one of the strongest teams from Vietnam here, and they definitely showed that today.
Yeah, and Nguyen, I guess he just really wanted to give off that main character energy, you know, give us that possible 3 escape that might happen on the survivor side. But congratulations once again to MP. They did a very, very good job. You know, we thought that, you know, ST might potentially play well against MP, but it seems to be that, like we mentioned, one-sided victory. And MP, I wonder how they're gonna perform going against the different regions in IVS when it comes to globally, you know. And from what we've known is that this teams, we do have the Singapore team, SRO Superhero. From Malaysian division, we do have FT Future. And then for yesterday, we did have Thailand one, we have GH, and today we do have MP. So this 4 qualified divisions will represent the SEA region IVS, and I think they will be heading to Japan. So they will be in the offline stages. You guys will be able to see them if you guys are there. So, but we're just gonna put pause on that. We do have the MVP for today. It's a survivor, Eli.
Yeah, it's gonna be MP Rai here. They were. Yeah, we did see overall 112 seconds of containment time, so it's definitely pretty high there. So I think it was from that first match when kiting against the clerk, most likely, was sort of the big situation there. There wasn't too much kiting in the second round, just a lot of good rotation. But yeah, definitely the first kite against the clerk in the first round did waste a lot of the hunter's time. So yeah, so it's gonna be so congratulations to Rai for securing MVP for this round.
Yeah, and unfortunately today we didn't see any Kurt, my beloved explorer, but you know what? There's gonna be a lot of other opportunities that we will have officially and non-official tournaments, so I'll be looking forward to that. And for now, we do have our MVP here in our faces, and congratulations to all those 4 divisions for, you know, practicing, working so hard to come all the way here. And I'm excited to see how they're gonna look like, honestly, in the offline stages. This time around, casters won't be going, so any expectations of SRO since we haven't really seen them, Eli?
Yeah, so we will. I'm not really, I mean, we have a lot of familiar faces on that team, obviously.
Yeah.
We have Panda from FT. We have Shirayuki from FT. We have MX from Idol. So a lot of players that we know quite well. We also have Sneaky. I know a lot of people are fans of Sneaky as well. So we'll definitely have some good gameplay from them. Looking up to the overall group standings here, we do have a 2-0 victory, 19 round point advantage for MP. Very impressive overall here. Just 4 straight victories in their rounds. No ties, no losses. A perfect day here for MP. And they definitely...
Be it for today. There won't be a third match since, like you mentioned, MP directly qualify with that 2 consecutive wins against both teams in this round robins. So, you know what? They definitely can get this rest now. And from a little bit of information, of course, I think the IVS Global ones will be happening towards the end of this month. Yeah, so do look forward to that. And also the informations wise, do follow Identity 5 official pages, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, the X thing.
Facebook, X, it's not Twitter, it's X. Well,
it's X now, so the name is no
X-Twitter.
longer Twitter, so it's X. Okay.
And
got
any various social media platforms in which Identity 5 does have, does post stuff on. So definitely look for that. So that's gonna give you guys more information there. But that will be, it is the 28th and 29th and 30th of September. That is gonna be the next stage of this tournament. So definitely stay tuned for that in a few weeks. Should be very, very exciting.
Yes.
But that's going to be all for today. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed these matches. And don't forget to cheer for your favorite team in the IVS next stage. Of course, it will be again 28th, 29th, and 30th of September. But again, thank you guys so much for watching today. Chocho, any last words?
Thank you guys for watching. I know this 3 days has been really intense, and we will be saying our goodbyes for today. Thank you so much for having us, and we'll see you guys very soon.